Chapter 31 Demon Emperor. Before your great-grandfather passed away, he left something for you. It is the god position he pursued his entire life, though unfortunately, he could not achieve godhood before his death. Bo Saishi flipped her wrist. A red light suddenly flared up, instantly arriving in the center of the vast sea cosmic shroud. It was a blood-colored giant sword over 2 meters long. Its long, thick blade was covered in dark golden demonic patterns, and the longsword was filled with a fierce aura of slaughter. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun all took a few steps back. In their eyes, this sword was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. As long as one stared at this sword, visions of overwhelming slaughter would appear before their eyes. This was a demonic sword. Xiao Bai and Bo Saishi were naturally the same. Only Tang San was completely unaffected. He naturally recognized that this was the longsword his great-grandfather used when he fought him as the Slaughter King. He felt a surge of impulse. This sword would surely be able to resolve his current predicament. Tang San raised his left hand without hesitation, and red demonic patterns were revealed between his palms. An identical cold and fierce aura of slaughter rose from Tang San's left arm. He wanted to grasp this sword. This Asura demon sword contains the energy of your great-grandfather's first 8 trials of the Asura god. As long as you grasp it, you can inherit your great-grandfather's progress in the god trials, but at the same time, you will be abandoning the sea god legacy. No one can bear the god positions of 2 gods. Bo Saishi said with profound depth. The sea god and the Asura god had already reached a tacit understanding to let Tang San choose which god position to inherit. But in her heart, she still hoped that Tang San could inherit the sea god position, even if it required her to sacrifice herself. Once these words were spoken, not only Tang San but also Dai Mubai and the others looked at the Asura demon sword with eager eyes. That was skipping directly past the first 8 trials. Tang San's sea god trials were stuck at the 8th trial, unable to pass. If he chose the Asura god, wouldn't he be able to become a god very quickly? God positions were chasing him to make a choice. Tang San was truly lucky to have such a great-grandfather, which made Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun all envious. They all looked at Tang San. What choice would he make? Tang San swallowed, countless images flashing through his mind. Finally, they coalesced into Qian Runshui's angel form. He firmly stepped forward and grasped the Asura demon sword. He urgently needed power right now, and the Asura demon sword was exactly what could give him that power. A feeling of unparalleled compatibility emerged. A massive, scorching energy surged from the Asura demon sword, entering his body along his left arm. It turned Tang San's body, which had originally been glowing with golden light, into a dark red color. Whether it was his bones, skin, or blood, everything changed color. Then, the Asura demon sword also turned into energy, and 9 streams of dark red chi surged into Tang San's body. Correspondingly, the sea god's divine force within his body rapidly receded, being compressed into his right hand's blue-silver emperor spirit. His clear sky hammer spirit appeared automatically, glowing with intense red light, causing Tang San's aura to rise continuously. Having accepted Tang Chen's gift, his original rank 96 spirit power instantly broke through to rank 97. Following that, rank 98 and rank 99 did not linger for long. Tang San had already become a limit Douluo. At this moment, even the sea god trident mark on his forehead was forced to disappear, leaving only a demonic sword mark. This was not over yet. On his originally 8-ringed clear sky hammer, the 9th ring appeared automatically and was forming rapidly. There was no need to think. The Asura god's god-bestowed spirit ring had appeared. Inside the vast sea cosmic shroud, everyone was looking at Tang San in shock. This increase in strength was too fast. Tang San had already sat down cross-legged, comprehending his increase in strength and the now activated 9th trial of the Asura god. As long as he passed the final trial, he would be the Asura god. Seeing this, the others also quieted down and began to cultivate silently. The time Tang San spent cultivating would certainly not be short. This time, they all had motivation. As long as Tang San became a god, they would no longer fear Qian Runshui. It would be their time to hold their heads high. On the other side, in the holy light world, the second heaven, this was where the messenger of light resided. The number of living beings had already made Qin somewhat numb. Countless sea soul beasts occupied the vast majority of the space. Only a small portion were sea soul masters and human spirit masters. Qin carefully calculated, it should have reached 30 million. One must know, he did not want just any sea soul beast. They had to be at least spirit beasts with 1,000-year age. At this rate, the living beings in the holy light world would soon exceed 100 million. Qian Runshui was still working hard at purifying. Her speed was too fast. Absolute strength was an overwhelming existence for these sea soul beasts. Holy light illuminate, then meteors shot back, it was that simple. And there were indeed too many sea soul beasts. The number of sea soul masters on the Douluo continent had never been high, and sea soul masters who went into the deep sea to hunt spirit beasts were even fewer. Without humans causing harm, these spirit beasts bred crazily, all to Qian Runshui's benefit. Qin cast his gaze outside the holy light world. Qian Runshui had arrived at an extremely remote and secluded sea area. It is here. The deep seawater is completely similar to the demon whale sea area. Qian Runshui actually hovered cross-legged in the air. She placed her right hand on her forehead, and the angel mark spun ceaselessly. Her divine thought searched this sea area bit by bit. Found it, it is on the seabed. Qian Runshui's eyes lit up. Even though her divine thought was somewhat sluggish when probing into the sea, she still spared no effort in consuming divine force to investigate deeply. Finally, she perceived two massive figures. One of them was no different from the deep-sea demon whale king, with massive spirit power fluctuations that were only slightly smaller than the deep-sea demon whale king's. It was just that the surface of its island-like body was made of cyan crystals. And the other, slightly smaller figure, judging by its energy fluctuations, was not yet at the level of a 100,000-year spirit beast. These are the wife and daughter of the deep-sea demon whale king. Who could have imagined that the hegemon among sea soul beasts would actually have a wife whose strength was on par with his? Qian Runshui exclaimed in wonder. This was naturally obtained from the deep-sea demon whale king's memories. And Qin, who was very familiar with Douluo, knew clearly that these were the Demon Empress and Lan Fozi. In Qin's perception, the Demon Empress was already approaching the level of the deep-sea demon whale king. And Lan Fozi's energy was roughly at the level of an 80,000-year spirit beast. Holy light illuminate. On Qian Runshui's body, red gold spirit rings appeared. Beams of holy light directly imprisoned this sea area. As the holy light descended, the seawater gradually parted to both sides, forming a huge trench here, gradually revealing the two figures within. The eyes of the Demon Empress and Lan Fozi were filled with fear. This suddenly appearing angel figure was simply an existence they could not resist. This must be the divine rank, right? Great God, please hold your hand. My daughter and I have been cultivating in seclusion herein. Have committed no offense. I hope you will show mercy. A female figure appeared above the Demon Empress's massive body, speaking in a somewhat pitiful manner. Having reached her level of strength, transforming into a human form was very easy. The deity before her was breathtakingly beautiful, perhaps she could win her sympathy and preserve their lives. This was the Demon Empress's thought. Chapter 32, Tang San becomes the Asura god. Why resist? I have come here precisely to reunite your family. The fifth layer of the holy light world appeared in the sky, and the one-eyed figure of the deep-sea demon whale king emerged. With a face full of devout faith in the angel god, he smiled at the Demon Empress and Lan Fozi, seemingly beckoning them to come over as well. The Demon Empress was stunned for a moment. She knew her husband's pride well. Back then, even when facing the sea god, he refused to submit and insisted on fighting him. It was absolutely impossible for him to submit to anyone else. Her husband must have been controlled. Despair filled her heart. To be able to control her husband, the strength of the deity before her was unimaginable. She had no battle intent left at all. Demon Whale Domain. The Demon Empress seemed a bit smarter than the deep-sea demon whale king. Her body was shrouded in blue-black light, directly covering Lan Fozi as she sank toward the seabed. She knew very clearly that her advantages were all on the seabed. Seeing this, Qian Runshui did not make any major moves. She continued to part the seawater with thousands of rays of holy light, her divine thought locked onto the demon empress. To be able to cast the holy light world in seawater with such ease, Xiao Shui, you have made significant progress these past few days. Qin Tian praised. He had truly felt Qian Runshui's progress. Having purified 30 million sea soul beasts day and night, Qian Runshui's comprehension of the angel profound truth had far surpassed the realm she was at when she first became a deity. Having just stepped into the divine rank, it was also the easiest time to progress. Furthermore, with the living sacrifices in her 10th spirit ability, a portion of soul power and divine force would always feed back into Qian Runshui. This allowed her divine thought and divine force to progress rapidly. Once I purify this nearly million-year-old deep-sea demon whale, my position as a main deity should be comparable to the main deities of the god realm. Qian Runshui pointed her angelic sacred sword into the void, and rays of holy light continuously descended, with the holy light world gradually restricting the movements of the deep-sea demon whale. She was training her combat abilities. Angel assault. Suddenly, the angel god set on Qian Runshui's body lit up, her figure suddenly accelerated, and her right palm turned golden. A light shield formed in front of her palm. She violently smashed the front of the light shield against the domain barrier of the deep-sea demon whale. This stirred up massive waves of energy fluctuations. The deep-sea demon whale, seemingly unmoved, continued to dive and move forward, determined to use the ocean to exhaust Qian Runshui. But divine force was inexhaustible. How much could it really consume? Qian Runshui seemed to have fallen into a certain state, just smashing with the light shield. Gradually, a red light appeared on the light shield, dotted with specks of sun-true fire. Boom! With one strike against a weak point in the deep-sea demon whale's domain, she actually knocked Lan Fozi, who was covered within it, out. As the holy light shone, Lan Fozi was instantly shot back into the 5th layer of the holy light world. She landed beside the deep-sea demon whale king and affectionately leaned against her father. Xiao Lan! A shrill soul scream rang out. But the next moment, the sound came to an abrupt halt as the demon empress's head was smashed a few more times by Qian Runshui. Even while in the seawater, Qian Runshui used the power of holy light to disperse the seawater around her while fighting, completely unaffected. That's enough. Qian Runshui smiled happily. 10 spirit rings appeared beside her, their brilliant red and gold colors almost blinding the demon empress. Qian Runshui's first 9 spirit rings were already all red, meaning they were at least 100,000-year spirit rings. The light shield she had just used was called Angel Assault, which was her first spirit ability. Even just her first spirit ability was used to perfection, and she had even added Sun-True Fire to it. The power of the spirit ring's skill state, amplified by divine force, was now comparable to a divine skill. No more playing, come here, Demon Empress. Qian Runshui shouted deeply, and the holy light burst forth. The Demon Empress's island-like body could no longer hold on. She fell directly into the 5th layer. Her eyes had already become devout. This Demon Empress also has the potential to become a deity. Her accumulation is already close to 1,000,000 years. Soon, there will be 2 deities in the holy light world. Qin Tian said excitedly. There was also a look of excitement in Qian Runshui's eyes. She had been immersed in the pleasure of increasing her strength during this period. It had allowed her to rebuild her self-confidence. So what if Tang San had become a deity? Meanwhile, Qin Tian's ambition grew even larger. The holy light world was too powerful. It was not a real world, but it was truly a paradise, a heavenly kingdom. It was the paradise of the angel god. It was also the paradise of the angel god's believers. He wanted to make the holy light world the paradise for all living beings. He just wanted to shout loudly now, continue the purification. Qian Runshui naturally felt the same way. She did not rest for a single moment. The 6 angel wings behind her kept flickering. She shuttled through the ocean. The living beings in the holy light world were constantly increasing. 40 million living beings, 50 million living beings, 60 million living beings, 70 million living beings, 80 million living beings, 90 million living beings, 100 million living beings. The entire Douluo continent, the population of the three empires combined does not exceed 200 million. The believers in the Holy Light world have already exceeded 100 million. Qian Runshui had been busy for nearly a month, and when the number of living beings exceeded 100 million, she finally realized it. The ocean's area is 4 times that of the continent, and the number of creatures is even greater. Continue. Let's surpass the continent's population first. Qin Tian laughed. Qian Runshui began her actions again. Time passed, and Qian Runshui was so immersed that she completely forgot about time. Until one day, in the distant sky, the blue sky and white clouds disappeared, and the sky turned blood red. At first glance, one would think it was the red of the sunset. But a suffocating feeling arrived, and the pressure of a deity appeared. That is the divine force of the Asura god. How much time has passed? Qian Runshui felt as if in another lifetime, she had forgotten about time during this period. Another month has passed, and the living beings in the Holy Light world have already reached 180 million. Qin Tian said calmly. Qian Runshui looked toward the horizon. It must be Tang San. Initially, when she was purifying the sea soul beasts within 1,000 miles of the Demon Whale Sea area, she had released a portion of her divine thought to search for Tang San. But she found no trace of him at all. Later, since she took the Demon Empress into the Holy Light world, she had almost forgotten about Tang San. Now, who else could it be but Tang San with that aura of becoming a deity? So what if he is the Asura god? Qian Runshui was not the least bit excited or anxious. Let's go. Since Tang San has appeared, let's destroy him completely. Qian Runshui's voice was calm, and the 6 angel wings appeared behind her. The 6 wings flapped lightly, and she had already disappeared into the sky. A dark red sea area. The entire sky and sea surface had dimmed significantly. The dark red energy had reached a level that affected the world. At the very center of an area spanning several thousand meters, streaks of blood-red light appeared out of thin air, merging into a figure holding the Asura demon sword. Who else could it be but Tang San? The god of slaughter, who controls all killing intent in the world. The Asura god was about to be born. Tang San's appearance had changed drastically. He was wearing blood-red armor, which was gorgeously colored and shining with demonic patterns. At the joints of his limbs on the armor, red blades several feet long protruded, full of aggression. It set Tang San off to look like an unparalleled demon god. Not far away, the high priest of the sea god, Bo Saishi, the other 5 Shrek monsters, and Xiaobai were all looking excited. Tang San had finally become a deity. It was not the sea god, but the even more powerful Asura god. They were finally going to raise their heads in triumph. Chapter 33, Tang San's blind confidence. Tang San's thoughts were clear. Is this the power of a god? It is no wonder that when I was a titled Douluo, I had no power to fight back against Qian Runshui. Only after becoming a god can one truly feel the magnificence of divine rank power. As fellow gods, Qian Runshui is definitely no match for me. During the legacy process, he had already come to understand the god position of the Asura god. It is a god position above that of the sea god and the angel god. A cold divine light appeared on Tang San's face. He felt the terror and power of the Asura divine force, and he was filled with confidence. Qian Runshui, even if you became a god earlier, even if you cruelly slaughtered the army at Jialing Pass, the final outcome will still be decided by the battle between us. You were destined to lose. He calmed his emotions and came before Bo Saishi and the others. Congratulations, Tang San, you have become a god. Bo Saixi's expression was complex. Little San, congratulations. Brother San, congratulations. Brother San, congratulations. Dai Mubai, Zhu Zuqing, and Ma Hongjun also said excitedly. Little San. Oscar's eyes were red. Little Ao, I understand. Qian Runshui didn't just kill Rongrong, she also killed my father and uncle. She killed our teacher. Next, I will find Qian Runshui, kill her, and take revenge. Tang San looked at Oscar's expression. How could he not know what he meant? Little San, little Ao, I know you are eager for revenge. But Qian Runshui has already been a god for some time. She must have mastered her divine force more skillfully. Why don't we continue to hide on the seabed for a while? You should first familiarize yourself with your divine rank power to ensure nothing goes wrong. Dai Mubai said cautiously. Oscar was also stunned. Little San, there is no rush. Everything depends on you. He also could not accurately judge how strong a god's power truly was. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing were also a bit worried. It's fine. From now on, we never need to hide again. The Asura god I inherited is one of the three great enforcer of the god realm, and it is also the strongest offensive god position in the god realm. And what Qian Runshui inherited is merely an ordinary main god. Even if she became a god earlier, she is not my match. Do you remember what I analyzed before? Qian Runshui must have also gone through a god position legacy trial similar to the Sea God 9 trials. However, the high priest of the angel temple is Qian Douluo. During the trial process, he definitely helped her overcome difficulties. Although her personality has changed somewhat and she has become ruthless, her accumulation before becoming a god is definitely not as strong as mine. I have twin spirits, and I have twice as many spirit rings as she does. Moreover, I have reached this step today bit by bit, relying on my own strength and having narrowly escaped death several times. How could she compare to me? Now that I have become a god, I am 100% certain that I can defeat her. Tang San's impassioned tone, combined with his blood-red armor radiating killing intent, made Bosaishi and the others feel an unparalleled dominance. We believe in you, Brother San. We hope you find Qian Runshui as soon as possible and take revenge for Rongrong and our teacher. Xiao Wu clenched her fists. Oscar was so excited he couldn't express it in words. He finally saw hope. Then what are we waiting for, Brother San? Let's find Qian Runshui and kill her. Ma Hongjun shouted. Tang San smiled slightly and raised the Asura demon sword in his hand. He intended to use the power of the super divine artifact combined with his divine thought to search this sea area. But the next moment, he frowned. Without needing to search, he felt an angelic figure rapidly approaching. The sun in the sky was shifting along with this figure. A scorching halo of light gradually shone down. Why did it suddenly get hot? Ma Hongjun muttered. His evil fire phoenix spirit was very sensitive to fire elements. By now, he had already noticed the changes in the surroundings. Qian Runshui is here. Tang San's expression became serious. Qian Runshui had come a bit too quickly. When he first became a god, his divine thought searched in all directions, but he couldn't sense Qian Runshui at all. But for Qian Runshui to arrive so quickly, it meant that her perception ability was stronger than his. She had sensed him from a very far distance. And she had rushed over. Qian Runshui was a god after all, and could not be underestimated. Tang San slowly moved to meet Qian Runshui's direction. A thick Asura divine force erupted, and his impassioned divine thought surged out wildly. But immediately after, an even more ferocious divine thought surged back in return. Tang San's figure paused for a moment. Surprise flashed across his face. He had been cultivating his mental force with the purple demon eye since he was a child, and after becoming a god, his mental force was naturally even stronger, but Qian Runshui's mental force was clearly not inferior to his. It was even stronger than his. In their first probe, Qian Runshui had the upper hand. Tang San, with just this little bit of mental force, don't embarrass yourself. Even after becoming the Asura god, you are nothing more than this. Qian Runshui said mockingly. She was still rapidly approaching Tang San. On the angel god set, the scorching sun true fire could erupt at any moment. When the distance between them closed to within 1,000 meters, Qian Runshui stopped. The clash of divine thought just now had given her more confidence. If it were when she first became a god, her divine thought would have been her weakness. But she had purified 180 million living beings. The soul power brought by the sacrifice of each living being had already caused her mental force to undergo earth-shaking changes. Tang San's probe, naturally could not gain the slightest advantage. A flash of anger appeared in Tang San's eyes. Qian Runshui, since when have you only been able to use sharp words? The Asura god position is unknown how many times stronger than your angel god position. Do you think you still have a way to survive today? Tang San said coldly. Qian Runshui laughed. talking to Tang San now was superfluous. How much did Tang San know about her strength? Qian Runshui raised the angelic sacred sword in her hand and pointed it at Tang San, with raging red gold sacred fire attached to the angelic sacred sword. Today I will let you know that what is strong is not the god position, but the person who inherits the god position. In the sky behind Qian Runshui, the red gold light grew intense. It gradually forced its way toward the blood-red energy forming at Tang San's side. The silent energy collision had already begun. This was the most primitive and most intense confrontation. It was only the purest energy. The blood-red and red gold occupied half of the sky each, and the energy of both sides was wearing each other down bit by bit. It depended on who couldn't help but use a skill first. Qian Runshui looked indifferent. She wanted to suppress people with power. The angel divine power seemed almost endless, continuous and unending. The Asura divine force is very aggressive, but Tang San just became a god. It is not as enduring as my angel divine power. Qian Runshui sat firmly on the fishing platform. Sure enough, a quarter of an hour later, the first one to use a skill was Tang San. He discovered the thickness of Qian Runshui's divine force, and the strongest aspect of the Asura divine force was its sharp attack. Competing in energy was completely using his own weakness against the enemy's strength. This discovery made him very uncomfortable. At the very beginning of the battle, he had actually fallen into a fighting style unfavorable to himself. Is Qian Runshui's combat experience also this? Rich. She directly grasped the shortcomings of his Asura divine force. He no longer hesitated. The Asura divine force was completely integrated into the Asura demon sword. A brilliant blood-colored sword light suddenly slashed towards Qian Runshui. Chapter 34, The Power of Qian Runshui. Tang San, you finally couldn't hold back. Qian Runshui smiled confidently as she met the attack with the angelic sacred sword in her hand. She did not let her guard down, adding the power of the sun true fire she had absorbed along the way to the attack. Asura divine force had a restraining effect on the divine force of other deities, and its attack power was even sharper. She had to respond with her full strength. Sword light clashed against sword light. The attack was as fast as lightning, and the collision was already over. Both Tang San and Qian Runshui were knocked back 10,000 meters. Neither could do anything to the other in this collision. 8 blood-red wings appeared behind Tang San, vibrating with Asura divine force. This was his 8 spider lances, which had evolved into Asura wings when he became a god. At this moment, he continuously flapped his wings, shaking off the sun true fire that had fallen onto his body. The vastness of Qian Runshui's divine force completely exceeded his expectations. He thought that since he had become a god with twin spirits, his divine force would be as vast as Qian Runshui's. But the truth was, Qian Runshui's divine force was even more vast. Although they had only clashed swords once, Qian Runshui had unleashed more divine force. It had completely neutralized his Asura god attack. Staying in a stalemate is not a solution. Qian Runshui has already mastered angel divine power very skillfully. Ordinary attacks are useless against her and will only waste my divine force. I must use a divine punishment skill to seriously injure her. Asura judgment. Tang San unleashed the core skill of the Asura god. The blood-red energy on the Asura demon sword turned into red lightning. This was an Asura god skill that had judged countless deities and punished countless powerhouses in the god realm. He believed that with the core skill of the Asura god, Qian Runshui would surely be seriously injured. Angel judgment. Qian Runshui actually responded with a judgment skill as well. It remained to be seen who could judge whom. A golden beam of light rose from the angelic sacred sword, connecting to the sun, composed entirely of the power of light. It emitted an aura that could dissolve everything. I judge you with holy light, die. Qian Runshui shouted angrily. The 10th spirit ring lit up, and the holy light world appeared behind her. Countless praying figures filled the entire sky. The blazing holy fire burns my broken body. What joy is there in life, what bitterness in death? To do good and eliminate evil, only for the sake of light, believe in the angel, and attain eternal life. 180 million living beings, each one praying out a strand of power of faith. It merged into Qian Runshui's judgment beam. An aura like the destruction of the world emanated from it. The seawater below retreated, almost revealing the seabed. At almost the same moment, Qian Runshui withstood the Asura Judgment Lightning. Tang San was also covered by the Angel Judgment Beam. Both of them were trying to destroy the other with their greatest attack skills. The Asura Judgment skill had a strong restraining power against deities, and most importantly, it was unleashed by the super divine artifact, the Asura Demon Sword. During the battle of the two gods, after Tang San unleashed this move, Bibi Dong could not hold out at all. Her defense was broken by the Asura lightning, and the Asura divine force entered her body. This showed the power of the Asura Judgment skill. After all, this was used by the Asura god to inflict divine punishment on other deities. Normally, even though Qian Runshui had stabilized her first-class god divine force, she would not have been able to withstand it. But she had Qin Tian. Qin Tian knew of the Asura god's power and the might of the Asura Judgment skill. I have the Holy Light World, so I can naturally neutralize this attack. Qin Tian smiled. Within the 5 heavens, the Holy Light World directly replaced Qian Runshui to receive the blow. The power of the Asura lightning fell into the Holy Light World. It fell directly into an ocean of holy light. One must know that after purifying so many living beings, the power of faith and holy light accumulated in the Holy Light World were almost infinite. This Asura power was like lightning striking into an ocean. It kept charging left and right within the holy light. But it could not cause fundamental damage to the Holy Light World. There was simply too much holy light. The creatures led by the deep-sea demon Whale King and the Demon Empress contributed their own spirit power. This left the attack with no point of leverage. It was gradually completely worn away. Outside, Qian Runshui, no longer threatened by the Asura Judgment, was completely unleashed. Her 6 wings spread out behind her, and as she gently flapped them, the angel god set actually began to emit twinkling golden light. The golden light condensed into a huge angel image in the sky. Around the angel was a pitch-black hole. The black hole was devouring the energy of the sun. Qian Runshui was gathering power, her eyes fixed tightly on Tang San not far away. Tang San was covered by the Angel Judgment Beam, which was composed entirely of scorching sun true fire. The temperature inside continued to rise, soon reaching several thousand degrees. This was the angel god profound truth, the power of judgment. Tang San frowned tightly. How could Qian Runshui's angel god profound truth be so strong? This was another god-level attack, locked on with divine thought. He couldn't even dodge it. He could only take it head-on. The 8 spider lances formed the 8 Asura wings, creating the first line of defense that protected his entire body. The Asura armor was the second line of defense. Tang San was still not at ease. His Asura divine force circulated rapidly on the surface of his body to resist the high temperature that was almost melting him. Immediately after, the Asura demon sword in Tang San's hand swung continuously, forming a fan-shaped arc of blood-red light. "Break for me!" Tang San shouted angrily. The blood-red light suddenly exploded, blasting the angel judgment beam smaller by a circle. Boom! Tang San was knocked back 1,000 meters. The 8 Asura wings were completely filled with angel divine power, forcing Tang San to retract them. He began to defend with his second line of defense, the Asura armor. But Qian Runshui would not give him any more time. Tang San looked up abruptly, only to see a black hole heading towards him. Impossible, how could you not be seriously injured by the Asura judgment? Tang San could not believe it at all. This Asura judgment was something even a mature first-class god in the god realm would not dare to take head-on. He had thought that since he was imprisoned by the angel judgment, Qian Runshui would definitely be seriously injured by the Asura judgment just like him. What he didn't expect was that Qian Runshui was completely fine, and while he was being attacked by the angel judgment, she had even brewed this extremely powerful black hole-like attack. But no matter how unbelievable it was, this black hole-like sun angel had already struck. This sun angel was normally Qian Runshui's life-risking technique. The angel divine power it required was too vast. After using it, her strength would be greatly reduced for several days. But now she had the support of the Holy Light World. Her divine force was almost infinite, so she didn't need to be weakened even after using it. With the consecutive angel judgment and sun angel, Qian Runshui believed that Tang San could not hold out. The facts were indeed so. Tang San had just exhausted his divine force to hold off the angel judgment. The even more terrifying Sun Angel had already descended upon him. Asura blood sword. Tang San hardened his heart, he had to risk his life. The energy Qian Runshui could mobilize was simply too strong, far exceeding his own. Perhaps by borrowing the bloodline power of the Asura origin, he could resist the Sun Angel. This was a powerful attack unleashed using the killing origin of the Asura god position and the super divine artifact. The divine might to destroy all enemies descended. The Asura descended to the world, intending to destroy everything. This was the might of the Asura blood sword. But Qian Runshui's long-planned attack was equally powerful. Boom! The flames burst, the Sun Angel shattered, turning into sun-true fire that swirled around Tang San. A booming sound rang out. The sharp blades on the Asura divine armor had been worn flat. PFF'd. Tang San spat out blood violently, his body uncontrollably falling towards the sea surface. Following closely behind Tang San was Qian Runshui's angelic sacred sword. Taking advantage of Tang San being down to end his life, the sword light was chilling, seemingly intent on killing Tang San with one strike. Chapter 35 Tang San kills Xiao Wu. Brother San. No. Brother. Little San. The remaining 5 Shrek monsters all had drastic changes in their expressions. Had Tang San already reached his limit after just 2 rounds of fighting? Wasn't it said that Qian Runshui becoming a god was with the help of Qian Douluo and that her foundation was unstable? Wasn't it said that the Asura god was the strongest god of attack in the god realm? Wasn't it said that he had a 100% chance of defeating Qian Runshui? Dai Mubai and the others, who had been watching Tang San's performance with peace of mind and preparing to hold their heads high, were all deeply shocked. A foreboding premonition arose. Xiao Wu even directly activated her teleportation skill, intending to catch Tang San. Guanyan's tears. A soft chant spread throughout the entire battlefield. Although the voice was low, everyone present was an expert, who could fail to hear it. As Tang San was falling, blue-gold light flickered, and for the first time, he released his blue-silver emperor spirit. Immediately after, a full 9 explosive sounds rang out. Tang San's entire body became a vortex of energy. He had actually detonated all 9 spirit rings of his blue-silver emperor at once. This was also the reason for Tang San's confidence before the great battle. He had more spirit rings. Being both at the divine rank, he had 10 more spirit rings than Qian Runshui. Even if he was at a disadvantage, if he fought with his life on the line, how could Qian Runshui handle it? Indeed, the battle was not as smooth as he had imagined. Qian Runshui had experienced something, and both her combat experience and divine force exceeded his expectations, keeping him at a disadvantage the whole time. But now was the time to utilize the advantage of his twin spirits. He detonated the 9 spirit rings of his blue-silver emperor directly. How immense this energy was, he was going to use this energy to unleash the number 1 hidden weapon of the Tang sect. Tang San spat out another mouthful of blood. This was truly not blood he had forced out. It was the injuries caused by Qian Runshui's Sun Angel earlier that kept making him vomit blood. Tang San wiped his right hand, and a strange scene occurred. Within that pale golden blood, the pale gold quietly faded away. What remained in Tang San's hand was only a small, transparent water droplet. And his right hand had completely turned the color of mysterious jade. Tang San's gaze swept over this water droplet, his eyes filled with a look of piety. This is the first time I have unleashed this ability since arriving in this world. Qian Runshui, to be able to die by the Guanyan's tears skill, can be considered a death worth its value. Tang San thought excitedly. At the same time, the mysterious heaven skill within his body circulated crazily, and the energy from the ring explosion turned into white mist that seeped out of his body, condensing into 3 huge white mist flowers above his head. Just how strong Guanyan's tears will be when unleashed with divine force, even I do not know. The next moment, as Tang San waved his right hand, he used the water droplet in his hand as a guide, and all the mist instantly contracted, falling into that single water droplet, causing the water droplet to turn a crystalline milky white, and it vanished from his hand. These actions take a long time to describe, but they took only an instant to execute. Tang San's falling figure stopped abruptly. He turned his head sharply. He wanted to admire this, his strongest strike of the Tang sect. He wanted to watch Qian Runshui die. This was the Tang sect's #1 spirit ability, the #1 hidden weapon. Moreover, this skill ignores defense and never misses. Furthermore, it was a skill he had long planned to unleash before the battle began. He had simulated it countless times in his mind, although the process was not as he had imagined, using Guanyan's tears to kill Qian Runshui in one blow while occupying the advantage. Instead, it was a counterattack while in a position of absolute disadvantage. But none of that mattered anymore. He was very satisfied with this strike. A full 9 spirit rings were detonated, the energy was absolutely sufficient, and once Guanyan's tears made contact with Qian Runshui's heart, it would explode inside her heart. Even if Qian Runshui was a god, the heart was still a vital spot. With the explosion of such huge energy inside her body, how could she survive? Tang San turned his head to look at Qian Runshui with a smile. No. The next moment, the smile on Tang San's lips froze, and he let out a shrill cry. Huff! Struck by intense anger and anxiety, he spat out another mouthful of blood. But his eyes were fixed tightly on Qian Runshui. You are despicable. It turned out that there was another person in front of Qian Runshui. It was Xiao Wu. Just now, when Tang San was knocked down to the sea by Qian Runshui, Xiao Wu had teleported out, intending to catch Tang San. She intended to use her paragon golden body to help Tang San block Qian Runshui's strike. But it was precisely her participation that delighted Qin Tian. He had been guarding against Guanyan's tears. Seeing that Xiao Wu was so sensible, he naturally had Qian Runshui use her divine force to restrain Xiao Wu to her side without any effort. And most importantly, there was the concealment of the holy light world. One must know that both Tang San and Qian Runshui were at the divine rank. When fighting, their divine thought covered the entire field. Even though Tang San was falling, his divine thought was fixed on Qian Runshui. But Qin Tian had used the holy light world to obscure the area around Qian Runshui and Xiao Wu. In Tang San's divine thought, Xiao Wu was still some distance away from them. But in reality, Xiao Wu had already been restrained by Qian Runshui right in front of her. And then Tang San's Guanyan's tears arrived. In Tang San's eyes, which were splitting with rage, Xiao Wu was still maintained in a restrained state. But blood had already started flowing from the corners of her mouth. Brother, Xiao Wu spoke with difficulty, the intense pain in her chest made her gradually lose her strength. A white light drifted by. Xiao Wu's entire body, from her heart to her whole being, disappeared completely as if vaporized by steam. Only a rabbit phantom remained, which was restrained by Qian Runshui and thrown into the holy light world. He can't let her die easily, otherwise it would be letting this little rabbit off too lightly. Tang San, from now on, I will make you fall into eternal pain. Qin Tian chuckled. Whether he would be trapped in eternal pain in the future was uncertain, but right now, Tang San's eyes were blood red, and a monstrous resentment and killing intent rose up. The Guanyan's tears he unleashed was indeed too perfect. It made contact with Xiao Wu's paragon golden body defense and still fell right through without any obstruction. Immediately afterwards, it exploded in Xiao Wu's heart. Guanyan's tears at the divine rank, how much strength did Xiao Wu even have? Her entire body was directly dissolved. All of this fell into Tang San's eyes. He hated Qian Runshui to the extreme. You killed Xiao Wu, oh Tang San, you are truly ruthless. Your companion, in order to save you, unleashed the paragon golden body to help you block my attack. As a result, you disregarded her life and death to launch a counterattack, and instead killed her. What a truly vicious heart you have. Qian Runshui shook her head, smiling very happily. However, her heart was shocked. Last time in the Stardow Great Forest, Qin Tian questioned her, asking if she knew that Tang San had hidden weapons capable of threatening her. At the time, she was in the wrong, and although she agreed with Qin Tian's words, her heart was still somewhat dismissive. If not for Qin Tian's reminder today to use Xiao Wu to block it, this Guanyan's tears would have truly injured her. Tang San really has so many tricks. Qian Runshui felt that she had improved again. In the future, she must learn from Brother Tian and listen to Brother Tian's words. Ah, Qian Runshui, today, I will definitely kill you. A shrill howl erupted from Tang San's mouth. Chapter 36, Asura God's Disappointment. Xiao Wu was dead, killed by the skill Guanyan's tears. No, Xiao Wu died at the hands of Qian Runshui. It was more thorough than her sacrifice in the Star Do Great Forest last time. Tang San could not believe it. He had been full of confidence, having become the Asura god, and had sworn to kill Qian Runshui. Yet Qian Runshui was alive and well, while Xiao Wu was the one who died. Asura blood sword. Tang San desperately locked onto Qian Runshui with his divine thought and struck out as if fighting for his life. The blood-red Asura god set became even more terrifying. It turned completely into an existence like a sea of blood. Qian Runshui's expression tightened. An Asura god in a desperate state was absolutely terrifying. But in close quarters combat, she was not afraid either. Angel light slash. The angelic sacred sword emitted scorching sun true fire, and with an upward flick, it met the blade of the Asura demon sword directly. Although the angelic sacred sword was a step lower than the Asura demon sword in terms of divine artifact level. But her accumulated sun true fire was vast, and she could completely go head to head with Tang San. Close quarters combat had no frills. The Asura demon sword and the angelic sacred sword collided continuously. This was a collision of the most fundamental divine force. The sharp buzzing of divine artifacts colliding constantly emanated from the sea surface, showing just how intense their battle was. Not far away, Bosaishi condensed a barrier of the ocean, blocking it in front of Dai Mubai and the others. She was protecting them, and also preventing them from intervening. In a battle like this, for them to intervene would be pure suicide. Just like Xiao Wu. Actually, Bosaishi was overthinking it. The four remaining people here, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zuqing, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, were all in a state of stupor. Xiao Wu had just died like that. No one had expected it. The Shrek 7 devils had become the Shrek 5 devils. In just a short time, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu were gone. The transition from the great joy of Tang San becoming a god to this great sorrow happened in just a moment, making it hard for them to accept. It was not just them who found it hard to accept. In the endless high altitude, the Asura god was also watching the battle. He was also wearing armor with dark red magic patterns, only it was deeper than Tang San's armor. His brows were tightly furrowed, finding it somewhat hard to accept the battle situation below. When did the angel god position become so strong? Tang San had inherited his Asura god position, the Asura god position with the number 1 combat power in the god realm. And the angel god position was not a prominent existence among first-class gods. This was an awkward aspect of the angel god position. The essence of an angel was light and justice, but most righteous gods, such as the sea god, fire god, and light god, all possessed the power of light within their divine force. Even his Asura god position was known as the light-killing god. The power of light was a kind of power that most righteous gods could master. This power did not have strong lethality, and the part of the angel god position responsible for combat was the power of the sun, which was the sun true fire. But the angel god was not a pure sun god or fire god. The explosive power was insufficient. Therefore, overall, the strength of the angel god among first-class gods could only be described as average, not even as pure as the 7 elements. The Asura god had not taken it to heart at all. He did not expect that this new angel god would break his perceptions time and time again. Whether it was her domineering personality or her combat power, it was astonishing. Could it be that another powerful war god was about to appear in the god realm? He recalled the discovery the sea god had told him before returning to the god realm. That was Qian Runshui's 10th spirit. Ability, a world-class skill that used the power of the angelic holy light to make living beings sacrifice themselves instantly to enhance her strength. What an evil spirit ring skill. Could it be that Tang San, who achieved the Asura god position with twin spirits, was still no match for the angel god? The Asura god fell into deep thought. He had the intention of leaving the god realm, and the successor he chose was to inherit his position as a law enforcement god in the future. If he could not even defeat the angel god, wouldn't that be a joke? The Asura god stared intently at the battle between Tang San and Qian Runshui below. It is not that Tang San is not strong enough, it is that Qian Runshui is too much of a prodigy. Tang San's accumulation is not yet enough, while Qian Runshui's holy light world has purified hundreds of millions of living beings, and the quantitative change has already led to a qualitative change. She is completely not inferior to a main god who has stabilized their god position. The Asura god muttered to himself. However, the self-created spirit ability my successor just displayed was not bad. The power was astonishing. It is a pity that Qian Runshui is too vicious, so it did not achieve results. Is this another self-created spirit ability? The Asura god was somewhat surprised, and he looked carefully. He discovered that after a collision with Qian Runshui, Tang San displayed 9 red beams of light that attacked with fresh blood. It was precisely the Bodhi blood. What a pity, it is not as powerful as the move just now. This move cannot cause damage to Qian Runshui. The Asura god sighed. On the sea below, Bo Seixi's gaze was dark. In her eyes was a beautiful golden light. She was in the state of spirit avatar. The purpose was self-evident, to let the sea god see everything happening here through her body. Bo Seishi was the sea god's spokesperson in the lower realm. She was also the sea god's eyes. The battle on the sea was clearly transmitted into the sea god's eyes. God realm. In an ancient hall, the decoration was somewhat similar to the sea god temple, also carved with countless murals. Those were scenes of the sea god conquering in all directions. Scenes flickered in the sea god's eyes. It was precisely the battle between Tang San and Qian Runshui. This Qian Runshui is too evil. The power of faith displayed in the angel judgment amounts to billions of living beings praying, "They are all my subjects." The sea god trembled all over, clearly angered quite a bit. These marine creatures used to believe in him. Now they had all been purified and taken away by Qian Runshui. He could already clearly feel that his power of faith was decreasing. Why was he so generous during the god trials, rewarding god-bestowed spirit rings, increasing spirit ring years, and various body refining, if not because his power of faith was abundant? He was a rich guy. This was also the reason why his strength could rank at the forefront of first-class gods. He had become a god through faith, and his power of faith determined his cultivation speed. This was Qian Runshui digging up his foundation. Tang San does not seem to be Qian Runshui's opponent. He should have been more cautious, hidden away to cultivate for a period of time before fighting a decisive battle with Qian Runshui. Tang San, oh Tang San, you have completely failed to unleash the strength of Asura. The sea god sighed. However, with Asura there, he definitely will not let Qian Runshui kill Tang San. It is just that, who else on the Douluo continent will be able to balance Qian Runshui in the future? Light flickered in the sea god's eyes, and it was unknown what bad idea he was brewing. Lower realm. Qian Runshui was full of evil qi, using the angelic sacred sword and angel god set to forcefully take Tang San's Bodhi blood. She became more confident and composed as she fought. If you have any other means, use them, otherwise you won't have the chance. Qian Runshui snorted coldly. The angelic domain covered the entire sky and sea. Tang San's Asura domain had already been forced into a corner. His divine force consumption was too great. If it weren't for the sharp attacks of the super divine artifact, the Asura demon sword, he would have already died at Qian Runshui's hands. Tang San looked at Qian Runshui gloomily. The hardship of this battle exceeded his imagination. Qian Runshui was steadily suppressing him. He had already exerted his full strength, yet he still could not stop the angelic domain from pressing down on him. If he retreated, not far behind him were Bo Seishi, Dai Mubai, Oscar, Zhu Zuqing, and Ma Hongjun. Cold light shot from his eyes. When it came to fighting for his life, he, Tang San, was not afraid. He was going to fight for his life. Chapter 37, Sea God Humiliated. Tang San waved his left hand, and the dark golden clear sky hammer appeared. However, he did not intend to fight with the clear sky hammer, because its power was certainly not equal to the Asura demon sword. How could Tang San handicap himself? The clear sky hammer seemed to be melting, gradually elongating, and finally transformed into the same appearance as the Asura demon sword. With a snap, the clear sky hammer and the Asura demon sword merged into one. Body and sword as one, divine soul as one. Tang San shouted loudly, his entire body's blood began to burn, and a blood-red flame rose up, transforming into a heaven-shocking red light. Illuminating the entire sky, the blood-red light filled the heavens, and an aura of slaughter, like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, erupted. Tang San let out a long howl towards the sky and leapt. His whole body turned into a streak of blood light and fell into the red light in the sky. The next moment, the red light became a giant sword. It was a giant sword that reached the heavens and connected to the earth. Tang San, burning your divine flame, are you going to risk it all? With my current strength, even if you wanted to perish together with me, you wouldn't be able to. Risking your life is merely delaying the inevitable. Qian Runshui snorted coldly. Although she said this, her actions became much more cautious. The deity flame is a god's final resort, the flame of a god's life. Once the life flame burns out, that is when the god position shatters. Of course, this is also a god's absolute peak, their most glorious moment. Tang San was making a final, desperate gamble. Qian Runshui did not want to be overturned by her opponent when victory was so close. Sun Angel. This time, large swaths of starlight flew out from the angel god set, condensing into an even more powerful Sun Angel. The sacred angel appeared, holy light shining, with flowing light spreading everywhere. This Sun Angel seemed to have independent thought. She spread her arms. An infinitely large ring formed under the illumination of the sun's power. The ring was so large that its edges could not be seen. Holy light surround. The entire sky and sea surface were encircled by the ring. Inside the ring, it was like the surface of the sun, with terrifying high temperatures. The range was so vast that it unexpectedly covered Bo Saishi, Dai Mubai, and the others in the distance within the ring. Of course, Tang San's transformed giant sword was also within the ring's range. This was a skill that combined offense and defense, completely trapping the enemies within the ring. And she herself could remain unaffected by Tang San's desperate struggle. Qian Runshui wanted to wipe them all out. From the ring cast by the Sun Angel, one could see that Qian Runshui's use of angel divine power had become as natural as moving her own arm, extremely skillful. Endless azure waves. Bo Saixi's expression changed. She did not expect that Qian Runshui, who was fighting Tang San, would suddenly strike and drag them, the spectators, into it as well. She was already in her spirit possession state. She directly called upon the power of the ocean, and light blue mist rose from the sea surface, forming a protective barrier to shield them. But in reality, how much effect could her defense have against a god? At the critical moment, a blood-red flame flew over, enveloping them, and Tang San timely protected them. Tang San, you dare to be distracted while fighting me. Qian Runshui shouted lightly. The holy light ring began to shrink, containing scorching temperatures of up to 10,000 degrees. Qin Tian also opened up the holy light in the holy light world to support Qian Runshui, allowing her divine force to be endless. The only things Tang San had that made Qin Tian wary were Guanyan's tears and the super divine artifact, the Asura demon sword. Now, Guanyan's tears had already been used. The Asura demon sword also erupted with power amidst the blood-red flames of burning divine force. It was indeed very powerful. It caused the Sun Angel's holy light surround to compress slowly, unable to achieve swift results. Tang San acted as if he were insane. The overbearing, violent, and explosive Asura demon sword continuously slashed onto the holy light ring. The Asura demon sword became a bloody sword of slaughter. There was a scarlet blood color on the demon sword. That was Tang San embedding the Asura domain into the demon sword, merging the domain's power with the Asura demon sword, resulting in astonishing attack power. Qian Runshui naturally knew this was Tang San's final madness. After all, even the divine flame was burning. No matter how strong Tang San's attacks were, she maintained the holy light ring, and it was not broken by Tang San. Instead, as the ring shrank, the blood-red flames protecting Dai Mubai and the others were gradually being dissolved. Bo Saishi, who was maintaining the protection for Dai Mubai and the others, knew very well that Tang San was risking his life. If she acted now, perhaps she could ease some of Tang San's pressure. Bo Saixi's expression was firm, she was going to act. Her spirit possession was like the manifestation of Asura. She could borrow the power of a deity. Moreover, the sea god had been observing the battle situation through Bo Saishi. Bo Saishi did not hesitate to use her skill as the spokesperson for the god. It was also the strongest skill of the sea god domain. Sea god descends. Summoning a strand of the deity's origin power to fight. Sea god descends. In an instant, a phantom of the sea god appeared. That shameless figure of the sea god was going to interfere in the battle between Tang San and Qian Runshui again. The sea surface vibrated continuously, rising directly by 100 meters, almost causing an ocean riot. Endless water elements were about to be mobilized. I expected you to have this move. Qin Tian's holy light world covered the sea surface, and the power of holy light instantly calmed the ocean's riot. This time was different from last time. Back then, the sea god's true body was in the lower realm. It was the sea god himself casting the skill. Now it was a skill cast by Bo Saishi. The power was vastly different. Sea god, you old schemer, take this sword. Qian Runshui's angelic sacred sword smashed towards the sea god's phantom. She did not use the blade, but the back of the sword. Snap. A crisp sound, like a slap in the face, the sea god phantom was smashed into a stumble. For some reason, Qian Runshui felt more and more disgusted by the sea god. That was why she used this insulting attack. She was a god. This sea god descends cast by Bo Saishi at best just reached the strength of a god, and it was also isolated from water elements by the holy light world. It was completely no match for her. Snap, snap, snap. 3 more consecutive strikes. Arrogant, Qian Runshui, I will kill you. The sea god phantom's eyes turned red. He was a god, how could he suffer such humiliation? But this was only a phantom. It could also be said to be a phantom formed by Bo Saixi's skill. The energy contained within was similar to the sea god phantom in the sea god's heart. But the current Qian Runshui was much stronger compared to when she had just become a god. Bang! No matter how unwilling the sea god was, this phantom completely dissipated under Qian Runshui's continuous attacks. God realm. Arrogant, Qian Runshui, I swear to kill you. The sea god's voice spread for hundreds of miles. He felt too humiliated. Why, you, a lucky one who just became a god, dare to insult me like this? The other deities around who heard the sea god's roar looked at each other in dismay. What kind of stimulation did this sea god receive? And who is Qian Runshui? Qian Runshui did not yet know that because of the sea god, her name had appeared in the god realm for the first time. Chapter 38, Asura god appears to stop the battle. In the lower realm, above the sea. As the projection of the sea god's descent was destroyed, Bo Saishi was purified and became a messenger of light. The blood flames protecting Dai Mubai and the others were about to extinguish at any moment, leaving only the 4 of them, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zuqing, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar. Seeing that his blood flames were about to break, Tang San hurriedly output some divine force to maintain them. At the same time, he moved closer to Dai Mubai and the others, exerting his full strength with the Asura demon sword to try and save them. Little San, don't worry about us, kill Qian Runshui with all your might. If we die, you avenge us. I will fight her to the death. Oscar was the first to charge into the holy light. He had used his mirroring skill, which also possessed a certain level of combat capability. Oscar had originally harbored hopes of revenge when Tang San became a deity, but now those hopes were dashed. He no longer wanted to endure a life of hiding. It would be better to die in a blaze of glory. He was going to join Rongrong. Like a moth to a flame, Oscar fell into the world of holy light. He was instantly refined. Little Ao, Little Ao. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun both called out in agony. Tears streamed from Zhu Zuqing's eyes. In this short span of time, Xiaowu was gone, and Oscar was gone. And the battle between Third Brother and Qian Runshui was in a state of all-out desperation. Yet they were still forcing Third Brother to divide his attention to take care of them. Perhaps Oscar was right. What did death matter? Perhaps if we died, third brother would have a chance to survive if he fought with his whole heart. She didn't want to drag third brother down. Fight her to the death. Zhu Zuqing looked at Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai hardened his heart. In this life or death moment, everything depended on Tang San. He saw clearly that Tang San had backing. At this time, the priority must be to protect Tang San, and since Tang San was already fighting for his life, he surely couldn't hold on for long. Perhaps a savior would appear at any moment. No matter what, he had to hold on for a moment. It was a pity about little Ao, he was too impulsive. Hell White Tiger. Dai Mubai let out a tiger's roar. Already in the state of beast spirit possession, his body expanded once again, and the white fur exposed on his body grew wildly. He truly transformed into a white tiger. The black tiger stripes on his forehead appeared imposingly. Zhu Zuqing, who had long been prepared, was covered in a faint black light. Like a shadow, she collided with Dai Mubai. The next moment, the two figures merged into one, and a pillar of black light shot into the sky. The Hell White Tiger, the fusion of the Evil Eyes White Tiger and the Hell Civet, appeared. With purple eyes and wings, it certainly had an imposing presence. Its wings flashing, Dai Mubai's figure quickly approached Tang San. He didn't want to die, he wanted Tang San to help him resist this power of the holy light encirclement. Immediately after, another fiery red figure appeared to the side. With phoenix wings flapping continuously, he caught up to Dai Mubai. It was Ma Hongjun. Seeing that the situation was dire, he also activated his phoenix possession, intending to stay close to Tang San. The circular ring of holy light kept contracting. As the range shrank, it meant the density of the holy light was increasing, and the temperature within the ring was rising. Inside, only 3 figures remained: Tang San, the Hell White Tiger, and the Evil Fire Phoenix. Tang San used the divine blood flames on his body to shroud the Hell White Tiger and the Evil Fire Phoenix by his side. Of the 7 devils, only 3 figures and 4 people remained. Tang San roared, his entire body covered in nothing but blood flames and a pale complexion. His divine origin was about to burn out. At this moment, he no longer thought about Qian Runshui's unstable foundation. Qian Runshui was not a twin spirits user and hadn't accumulated enough like him. He only felt that Qian Runshui's power of holy light was endless. He even doubted whether mature deities in the god realm like the sea god or the fire god possessed divine force as thick as Qian Runshui's. No matter how desperately he fought, even if he slashed open a gap with the Asura demon sword, it would quickly be filled by Qian Runshui's power of holy light. Tang San felt exhausted. He was about to despair. Qian Runshui's 6 wings were spread out, her figure completely outside the holy light encirclement. It made it impossible for him to even try to take her down with him. Tang San's eyes were filled with hatred. Could it be that I am really going to die here? I, Tang San, came to this world and have already become a deity. How can I die? PFF'd. Tang San spat out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as paper. The Asura demon sword in his hand felt somewhat sluggish. He was truly going to die. Outside the holy light encirclement, Qian Runshui laughed with pleasure. Tang San, you refused to submit to me. So what if you became a deity? You are still no match for me. You are still going to die. The holy light world continued to contract, intending to completely annihilate Tang San. Stop, angel god. A figure suddenly appeared above the holy light encirclement. The Asura god could finally no longer resist and revealed himself. His expression was stern, and he radiated the pressure of a god king. As soon as he appeared, everyone present felt a wave of pressure. Asura god, as an enforcer, are you going to protect your successor? Qian Runshui snorted coldly. She was not surprised by the appearance of the Asura god. Through her discussions with Qin Tian, she already knew that her enemies, besides Tang San, were the sea god and the Asura god. Tang San was the successor cultivated by both of them. Now that he had become a deity, given the methods of these 2 shameless scoundrels, they would protect Tang San no matter what. The Asura god was also one of the 3 great enforcers of the god realm. He held a high position and possessed great power. Whether using underhanded tricks or open schemes, anything was possible. Qian had actually been preparing the strength of the holy light world to guard against the Asura god and the sea god all along. Who knew what methods this rule-breaking wretch, the Asura god, would use? He didn't expect him to appear directly. Seeing that Qian Runshui did not stop the holy light encirclement, the Asura god waved his right hand, and a dark red light descended. It enveloped Tang San, the hell-white tiger, and the evil fire phoenix. It prevented the holy light encirclement from advancing even an inch. Only after doing all this did he look at Qian Runshui unhurriedly. In consideration of the fact that you are a newly appointed deity, I will not hold this against you. I hope you know your status. You must pay respects when facing an enforcer god. Since I have told you to stop, there must be a reason why you must stop. My enforcement of the law in the god realm is impartial, no deity has ever dared to question it. Do you understand? The Asura god said indifferently. Qian Runshui was furious. Impartiality is something recognized by others, not something used to boast about oneself. As an enforcer god, Tang San is your successor. If you were impartial, it should be the other two enforcer gods handling this matter, not you. Do you not know how to avoid conflicts of interest? She would not indulge the Asura god. She didn't believe the Asura god would dare to attack her. The Asura god reached out and summoned, and the Asura demon sword appeared in his hand, faintly conveying a sense of deterrence. In the god realm, I represent impartiality, and I have never cared about the judgments of others. Tang San has already been appointed by the god realm committee as the patrol deity of the Wuxing continent and is about to perform his divine duties on behalf of the god realm. Your personal grievances cannot affect the operation of the god realm's divine duties. After Tang San has finished performing his divine duties, the god realm also has places for fair duels where you may decide life and death. The Asura god's expression remained calm. Tang San, who was beside him, showed an excited expression, and he bowed respectfully to the Asura god. Tang San will strictly follow the orders of Lord Enforcer God. Lord God King is indeed protecting me. Chapter 39, Avicii Hell. With the Asura god present, Tang San became confident. Qian Runshui, so what if your strength is greater than mine? Do you have a god king protecting you? You do not. Once I enter the god realm, as long as I cultivate for a period, I will certainly be able to achieve the rank of god king with the help of the Asura god position. And your angel god position will never become a god king. When the time comes to decide the victor, I will surely kill you. Tang San's eyes held contempt as he glanced at Qian Runshui. The Asura god naturally thought the same. His legacy holder was destined to be strong, and in the future, he would inherit the position of one of the three enforcers. Even the god realm core would be handed over to his legacy holder. And the angel god, just an ordinary first-class god. They were simply not on the same level. Even if Qian Runshui was powerful now, limited by her god position in the future, she would sooner or later be no match for Tang San. Nearby, Qintian and Qian Runshui were both amused to the point of laughter. Isn't this the same logic as when the sea god said to fight Tang San after he became a god? These two are truly birds of a feather. It seems that the stripping of Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong's god positions was inevitable. Being strong is no match for having a strong backer. When Tang San had not yet become a god, the sea god told me to fight him after I became a god. Now, Asura god, do you mean that I should wait until I reach the god realm and Tang San becomes a god king before fighting him? Qian Runshui mocked. This disdainful tone made Tang San's face flush slightly. The Asura god also frowned. This Qian Runshui was truly stubborn. Qian Runshui, do not be complacent. You only increased your strength so quickly by purifying living beings for your own use. Otherwise, how could you be my match? With such unscrupulous slaughter, God's punishment will descend sooner or later. Tang San rebuked. Angrily, with the Asura god present, he became arrogant again. Hey, Tang San, your 8 spider lances have devoured quite a bit of the life chi of spirit beasts, haven't they? During the Spirit Master tournament, didn't you devour the life chi of Huliena, Xie Yu, and Yan? A wicked spirit master like you is worthy of speaking to me about God's punishment. Now, please get out of Douluo planet. Douluo planet is now the territory unified by my angel clan. Qian Runshui said coldly. Her eyes, however, were fixed on the Asura god. You. What? You. Asura god, since Tang San has a divine office, shouldn't he get out of Douluo planet? Qian Runshui was very furious, and naturally, she showed no mercy with her words. Or are you saying you want to watch them suffer? Qian Runshui gave a cold smile, and in the holy light world, the broken and maimed appearance of Tang Hao appeared. His ears were gone, his eyes were gone, his nose had only one nostril, and his arms and legs were the same. This miserable sight made Tang San's eyes bloodshot. But it wasn't over yet. Tang Xiao and a group of Clear Sky sect members also appeared, all at the very bottom of the holy light world, atoning for their sins. This atonement was not simple prayer, that would be too easy for them. They had much suffering to endure. I have specially set up an Avachi hell for them, where they must endure 18 punishments every day: tongue pulling, needle piercing, finger breaking, tendon pulling, eye blinding, steaming, freezing, volcano, oil cauldron, stone crushing, dismemberment, death by 1,000 cuts, waist chopping, castration, skinning, burning, lead pouring, and hanging. What does the Asura god think? Qian Runshui said without a shred of emotion. This was all set by Qin Tian. She originally thought it was a bit too cruel. But now it seemed that 18 was too few. For enemies like the Asura god and Tang San, even 180 would not be enough. Qian Runshui, I'll fight you. To the death. Tang San roared and rushed over, about to unleash his remaining divine force of Asura. As expected, the Asura god used a strand of divine force to stop Tang San. Qin Tian was speechless. The current Tang San looked exactly like a dog held back by its master. The more it was stopped from biting, the fiercer it barked. Angel god, don't you think your methods are a bit too cruel? The Asura god questioned. Asura god, why do you say that? In the slaughter city you set up, one must drink human blood to survive. The countless sins that occurred there, I am ashamed to compare. Qian Runshui said indifferently. The Asura god's face darkened. What a sharp-tongued angel god, HMPH. He admitted he was angered. But the truth was exactly that, a god of slaughter actually felt that the methods were cruel. How ridiculous. Asura god, please tell the deities of the god realm that I will be handling affairs in the lower realm for 100 years to strengthen the spirit empire. I hope the god realm will not come to my Douluo planet to disturb me without cause. Qian Runshui said forcefully. The Asura god looked at her deeply. I hope you do not violate the rules of the god realm. After speaking, his Asura demon sword vibrated, shrouding Tang San, the hell-white tiger, and the evil fire phoenix before disappearing. If he stayed any longer, the Asura god worried he would not be able to resist attacking Qian Runshui. This new angel god was too infuriating. Brother Tien, this Asura god is too shameless. Relying on his identity as an enforcer, he is blatantly shielding Tang San. After the Asura god and the others left, Qian Runshui remained indignant. She had purified so many spirit beasts, was it easy for her? Wasn't it all to kill Tang San? And now he had been saved by the Asura god. Might makes right. Supported by the God King of Evil and the God King of Goodness, the Asura god controls the God Realm core and can be called the dominator of the God Realm. During your battle, he was watching from the sky the whole time, just waiting for Tang San to be unable to hold on before saving him. He saw that your strength was great, and the gap between Tang San and you was too large. Even using underhanded tricks, Tang San could not defeat you. That is why he appeared and used an overt scheme to rescue Tang San. Otherwise, if he had transmitted some divine force of Asura from a god king, silently and secretly, your god position would have been stripped. Therefore, do not be angry. With the holy light world here, we will sooner or later catch the Asura god and throw him into the Avachi hell to let him taste the experience. Qin Tian laughed. Qian Runshui's expression shifted. She had to admit that what Qin Tian said made sense. Her strength, combined with the holy light world, was still worlds apart from a god king. The Asura god was the one controlling the battlefield. Brother Tien is right. So what if they are god kings? Sooner or later, they will be no match for me. Qian Runshui said to herself. Having defeated Tang San, the new Asura god, she had more ambitions for the future. How could she not know the power of the Asura god position? If it were her strength when she had just become a god, she certainly would not have been able to win against Tang San's Asura god position. But in just 2 months, her strength had already reached this level. If it continued for several more years, how strong would she be? Qian Runshui dared not even imagine. Let's deal with that great white shark first, it runs quite fast. Qin Tian looked at several devil spirit great white sharks in a sea area in the distance. Among them was Xiao Bai. After the battle between Qian Runshui and Tang San began, Xiao Bai had taken the remaining clansmen and moved away a certain distance. She was relatively cautious, fearing that the aftermath of the battle would hurt her clansmen. She didn't expect that the more she sensed, the more wrong it felt. Tang San was actually at a disadvantage, which reminded her of the scene where Qian Runshui once confronted her master. She knew her master's strength very well, even her master had not been able to stop Qian Runshui from destroying Sea God Island. This made her dare not underestimate Qian Runshui. She simply took her clansmen and fled rapidly. Chapter 40, Building the Angel Temple. With Xiao Bai's strength, no matter how fast she ran, how could it compare to the speed of a divine thought? Qian Runshui flashed and arrived directly above where Xiao Bai was. Tang San, you have brought misery upon us on Sea God Island. Master, why did you choose such a disastrous successor? Her relationship with the Shrek Seven Devils could be considered friendly, if one were to call it that. But it certainly didn't reach the level of life and death camaraderie. Xiao Bai was now filled with resentment toward Tang San. The clansmen of Sea God Island had all been killed, and Tang San was on the verge of defeat. Whether they could escape or not was another matter entirely. You shark, your reserves are actually quite abundant. You are stronger than the average 100,000-year spirit beast, perhaps you could even transform into a dragon. As Qian Runshui spoke, the seawater automatically parted, exposing Xiao Bai and her clansmen to the sunlight. She watched Xiao Bai struggling within the holy light below, much like a cat playing with a mouse. To associate with Tang San, how could there be a good outcome? After struggling for a while, Xiao Bai's eyes became devout, and she completely placed her faith in the angel god. Transforming into a shooting star, she and her clansmen all fell into the holy light world, giving Qian Runshui a sense of satisfaction. The matter of the ocean has temporarily come to an end. It is time to see how the second high priest and the others are progressing with the war to unify the continent. Qian Runshui thought for a moment and said. Qin Tian naturally agreed, they would certainly return to the ocean. But there were still hidden dangers on the continent that needed to be resolved. Especially Bibi Dong, she should have become a deity by now. On the original timeline, not long after Qian Runshui became a deity, Bibi Dong also became one. Now, 2 months had passed, and Qian Runshui had been busy with the matter of Tang San, having no time to deal with Bibi Dong. This time, it should be handled. Heaven Do City, the largest, most populous, and most prosperous city on the continent. The city was built from sturdy granite, with various patterns carved into the stone, combining durability and beauty. On the thick walls surrounding the city, there were 3 gates on each side. Banners fluttered above the gate towers, and knights stood in rows, looking exceptionally imposing. However, upon closer inspection, these knights were already wearing the uniforms of the Spirit Empire. Heaven Do City had already been captured by Gold Crocodile Douluo. After the initial chaos had passed, Heaven Do City had fallen into tranquility under the management of the Spirit Empire's army. Inside the council hall of the Heaven Do Imperial Palace, Gold Crocodile Douluo, Green Phoenix Douluo, and Lion Douluo were discussing important matters. The former garrison of the Heaven Do army east of Heaven Do City has been set up as a prisoner of war concentration camp. The concentration camp is divided into 3 parts. The first part is for military prisoners, the second is for the former Heaven Do imperial family, nobles, and great families. The third part is for sects, academies, and spirit master groups. Currently, these 3 groups of people from all over the country are being gathered in Heaven Do City. The scale will reach the millions, so we must ensure the stability of the concentration camp until the young miss returns. Gold Crocodile Douluo spoke first. Everyone referred to Qian Runshui as the angel god. Only they, the 6 great high priests, were like family retainers who had always been loyal to the Qian family. And only they could address her as young miss to show closeness. The 6 of them, 3 in Heaven Do and 3 in Star Luo, were doing the same thing. That was to gather the ruling groups of the 2 great empires, Heaven Do and Star Luo, all in one place. Waiting for Qian Runshui to purify them. In the face of absolute spirit master power, they were not worried about these gathered forces resisting. Moreover, as time passed, over 1 million Spirit Empire troops had gathered in Heaven Do City, making their rule increasingly stable. Don't worry, second brother. With us here, who would dare to resist? However, could you assign me another batch of prisoners to build the angel temples? The task you requested, to build an angel temple in every town and village, is a massive undertaking. Green Phoenix Douluo said with a wry smile. This was the most important task assigned by Gold Crocodile Douluo. When in the Elder Palace, Gold Crocodile Douluo had the most contact with Qian Dalu. He understood deities the best, and Spirit Hall also had records regarding the sea god becoming a deity. Before his sacrifice, Qian Dalu had already entrusted everything to Gold Crocodile Douluo. Now that the continent was unified, the most important thing was to collect faith and enhance the angel god's strength. As for people, take as many as you need, it must be completed quickly. The main halls and branch halls of Spirit Hall everywhere must fully cooperate. Every temple must have an angel statue built, with priests assigned to be in charge, to spread the holy light of the angel god. Gold Crocodile Douluo said in an unquestionable tone. I understand, second brother. Green Phoenix Douluo said seriously. Second brother, the soldiers who witnessed the great power of the angel god at Jialing Pass and Zijing Pass are the best priests. They are all the young Miss's most loyal believers. Why not distribute these soldiers to various places to serve as priests? The 4th High Priest, Lion Douluo, suggested. Gold Crocodile Douluo nodded in agreement. As long as he could quickly set up the angel temples and spread the power of holy light, he would spare no cost. Is there any news from Spirit City? Gold Crocodile Douluo suddenly asked. Again, Green Phoenix Douluo and Lion Douluo looked at each other and shook their heads. Second brother, after Bibi Dong returned to Spirit City, she handed over all affairs to Juliana, and she herself has disappeared without a trace. Gold Crocodile Douluo frowned. Bibi Dong had been missing for over a month. He absolutely did not believe that Bibi Dong had fled out of fear because Qian Runshui became a deity. Bibi Dong's desire for power was very strong. Even if she were to die, she would not give up the power of the Spirit Empire until the very last moment. Second brother, are you overthinking it? Why fear a mere Bibi Dong now? Once the matters in Heaven Do City and Star Luo City are finished, we will immediately return to Spirit City to convene an Elder Palace meeting. We will dismiss her from the position of Supreme Pontiff. Spirit Hall has never belonged to her, Bibi Dong. Lion Douluo snorted. Gold Crocodile Douluo heard this and smiled nonchalantly. Perhaps I am overthinking it. The High Priest once told me that if there was anyone else on the continent who could become a deity, it would be Bibi Dong. I hope the young miss returns quickly and finds her before Bibi Dong becomes a deity. Although he said this, Gold Crocodile Douluo was still somewhat worried in his heart. During this time, the Empire's army had been advancing triumphantly without encountering any obstacles. But Gold Crocodile Douluo could faintly sense the intense battle over the West Sea and the majestic power of the deities. That was definitely not an ordinary powerhouse. Besides the young miss, there must be other deities. If Bibi Dong were to become a deity at this time, it would really not be a good thing for the Spirit Empire. Regardless of what kind of person Bibi Dong was, he still acknowledged her strength. Once twin spirits become a deity, they must be extremely powerful. I didn't expect Qian Dalu to think so highly of me. Suddenly, a cold, mocking voice rang out. Hearing this voice, the expressions of Gold Crocodile Douluo and the other 2 changed drastically. This voice could not be more familiar. The 3 of them stood up abruptly, only to see a dark purple figure walking in. It was exactly Bibi Dong, whom they had been discussing just moments ago. Chapter 41, Bibi Dong's Surprise. The purple light on Bibi Dong's body illuminated the entire hall, making it exceptionally gloomy. Her figure appeared to be walking, but her feet were off the ground, floating. It was as if she were stepping on air, walking forward step by step. Her entire body was shrouded in armor flashing with dark purple light, her complexion was greenish-purple, and her appearance was ferocious. Gold Crocodile Douluo and the other two were startled. How did Bibi Dong become like this? Clang, clang, clang. Under the illumination of the dark purple light, the three of them took 3 steps back. They could not even withstand the pressure radiating from Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, have you become a deity? Gold Crocodile Douluo asked with a trembling voice, unable to believe it. Is it strange that I have become a deity? Should I not have become a deity? Why did Qian Dalu believe I could become a deity? It is because he had already sensed the aura of the deity legacy on me. I spent 20 whole years for the legacy of the Rakshasa god's god position. And what about her? She luckily became a deity in just a few years. Could it be that only she can become a deity, and I should not? Bibi Dong's voice was exceptionally sharp and grating. It caused the entire great hall to shake. This domed structure was made of granite, yet it could barely withstand the vibrations of Bibi Dong's voice, threatening to collapse at any moment. Bibi Dong, so what if you have become a deity? The young miss is the true master of Spirit Hall, and also the master of the entire Douluo continent. Although you are her mother, you are only temporarily helping her guard Spirit Hall. I hope you do not have any improper thoughts. Gold Crocodile Douluo's golden hair trembled as he spoke with difficulty. Ha ha, so this is what Qian Dalu and you elders think. After all these years, what does my contribution to Spirit Hall count for? After Qian Xunji died, Spirit Hall was precarious. And its influence unstable. It was I who worked diligently and conscientiously to develop Spirit Hall, leading to its current prosperity and the unification of the continent. I have contributed so much to Spirit Hall, and now that Spirit Hall has unified the continent, it no longer needs me, and you tell me not to have any improper thoughts. What do you take me for, a watchdog? Bibi Dong sneered, and a layer of evil chi emerged upon her armor. 4 huge scythes extended from both sides of her back, waving back and forth like wings. Obviously, she was very angry. Spirit Hall has always belonged to the Qian family. It was the cultivation of Spirit Hall that allowed you to rise from a commoner to such a position. Bibi Dong, I hope you do not fail to recognize your own position and rein in your actions before it is too late. Perhaps the young miss will spare you for the sake of your relationship with her. Lion Douluo also stared at Bibi Dong. HMPH, I have nothing to say to you, you foolishly loyal old geezers. Bibi Dong waved her right hand, and 3 rays of purple-black light shot out. They struck Gold Crocodile Douluo and the other 2 directly. As Super Douluo, the few of them had no power to resist when facing Bibi Dong's attack. They were all sent flying backward, vomiting blood wildly. Their entire bodies were imprisoned by the purple divine force, unable to make any movement. Didn't you say earlier to have her come find me? I will wait for her right here. I want to let her know, what kind of strength does a god who relied on forced growth have? I want you to watch me thoroughly defeat her. Bibi Dong snorted coldly. Suddenly, Bibi Dong's expression changed, and even Gold Crocodile Douluo and the other 2 looked toward the west. Another deity. A deity is fighting, she is fighting against another deity. You had better pray that she can win. Bibi Dong's expression was uncertain. She was carefully sensing the aura of this angel holy light and an aura of bloody slaughter. Such a familiar aura, it must be that Tang San. Asura power. Bibi Dong was somewhat fearful. The aura of the Asura god was precisely the nemesis of her Rakshasa god, even more terrifying than the suppression she faced from the light god. Is Qian Runshui a match for them? Bibi Dong took a step outward, but then stopped. In her heart, she struggled for a moment, wondering whether to go help Qian Runshui. But it was only for that moment. If you die at the hands of Tang San, I will avenge you. I hope you are not that weak. In the end, Bibi Dong's expression was gloomy, and she ultimately did not walk out. Another moment passed. Bibi Dong's expression became even uglier. The aura of the Asura god and the aura of the angel god were both exceptionally powerful. And the aura of the angel god had actually gained the upper hand. She is indeed very strong. Bibi Dong was lost in thought. According to the timeline, it had only been 2 months since Qian Runshui became a deity. This had already surprised her several times. The events that occurred at Jialing Pass and Zijing Pass surprised her. Even after she became a deity, destroying a million-strong army would still consume divine force. But when Qian Runshui acted, it seemed effortless, completely without any strain. The second time was when she sensed the confrontation between Qian Runshui and the sea god. At that time, it was strange, as Qian Runshui's aura was very powerful and very decisive. Now this was the third time, facing the Asura god, she had actually gained the upper hand. I really underestimated this daughter of mine. Qian Douluo, how did you train her? She attributed all of this to Qian Douluo's methods. Originally, she thought that Qian Douluo must have helped Qian Runshui during her god trials. How could someone who passed the god trials as if being let off easy be this strong? But now it seemed that Qian Douluo must have given Qian Runshui extraordinary trials. But so what? I will wait for you. Right here in Heaven Do City. I hope you are not overturned by Tang San. I am the true master of the Douluo continent. Bibi Dong snorted coldly. She floated quietly above Heaven Do City, the dark purple evil qi illuminating the entire sky. It left the entire Heaven Do City in a gloomy state of oppression. Bibi Dong closed her eyes. She was waiting. Waiting for the result of the battle between Qian Runshui and Tang San. A moment later, Bibi Dong opened her eyes. You really made me look at you with new eyes. You actually defeated the Asura god. Is the angel god position really that powerful? Bibi Dong's expression was solemn. But it was only for an instant before her expression returned to normal. Bibi Dong had her own pride. In her eyes, both Tang San and Qian Runshui were juniors. Relying on tricks to become a deity. How could they compare to her? No matter who won or lost, it would not have much impact on her confidence. The final victory would definitely belong to her. Bibi Dong released her own divine aura, which was a dense and intense evil qi. It was the origin divine force of the Rakshasa god position, an evil qi composed of evil thoughts and resentment. Even her originally beautiful face turned greenish-purple, looking quite terrifying. At the same time, the purple armor was covered in a layer of purple qi, and on both sides of her back, 4 huge scythes flickered incessantly. A dark purple scythe also appeared in her right hand. Bibi Dong gathered her strength to her strongest state. She was going to go all out. She believed that with the revelation of her aura, Qian Runshui would definitely come. No matter how much she despised Qian Runshui mentally, the aura of a powerhouse that Qian Runshui had radiated during her battle with Tang San just now could not be ignored. Let this battle of ours decide the ownership of the continent. Bibi Dong snorted coldly. Chapter 42, Qian Runshui, you are not worthy of being my mother. Holy Light World. Qin Tian stood with his hands behind his back. He stretched his limbs and shook his head from side to side. Finally, he placed his left hand on his right arm. Touching it, it felt exactly like solid skin. Following that, Qin Tian waved his hands, and he put on clothes. A young man dressed in white as pure as snow appeared. What is still missing? Right, sword, come. A 3-foot-long green-edged sword was worn at his waist. Qin Tian's reflection appeared in his mind. What a fine young master of ancient style. Coupled with his impossibly handsome face, Qin Tian was very satisfied. Although he was in the state of a soul body. But with the development of the holy light world and the sacrifices of countless living beings, his soul had already become powerful to an incredible degree. For a spirit master at the titled Douluo level, their mental force gradually solidifies, eventually forming a mental spirit core when they break through to the 99th level limit Douluo, becoming solid mental force. And Qin Tian's soul, one could say, was already at the divine rank strength the moment he transmigration and became the dominator of the holy light world. Its essence was extremely powerful. Now, with the progress of the holy light world, his soul body was like a real substance, practically no different from a real person. Perhaps I can reshape my physical body, so I can manifest in the mortal world. The ice and fire yin-yang well seems good, there are powerful spirit bone and dragon soul there. Qin Tian's eyes were like meteors. Within the holy light world, his mental force could already perceive the entire continent. He naturally also perceived Bibi Dong above Heaven Do City. However, he did not care. Even if he did not take action, given Qian Runshui's strength, Bibi Dong was no longer a match for her. The only thing he was curious about was how Qian Runshui would handle Bibi Dong. She was her mother by blood, but in reality, Bibi Dong had not provided any care or upbringing to Qian Runshui. Furthermore, Bibi Dong even aimed to destroy the angel family. Let Qian Runshui decide. Qin Tian looked outside the holy light world. Bibi Dong was waiting for Qian Runshui high in the sky. Qian Runshui, on the other hand, was slowly and unhurriedly approaching Heaven Do City. Bibi Dong's eyes turned emerald green. Within that emerald green, a layer of black, web-like patterns flowed continuously like water, looking very eerie. Her gaze was fixed tightly on Qian Runshui. Bibi Dong, are you surprised by my strength? Tang San became the Asura god, yet he is still not my match, and you are just an ordinary Rakshasa god. In front of me, you are no different from an ant. Qian Runshui also stared at Bibi Dong, her voice carrying a chill. You are very confident, and your personality has become much more overbearing. I don't know what you have experienced to cause such a big change in you. The you from before would never have laid a hand on those ordinary soldiers. Bibi Dong said coldly, Hee, isn't this exactly what I learned from you? Using any means necessary for power. Today is your doomsday. Whatever you have to say it quickly. Qian Runshui said indifferently. Qian Runshui, the outcome is not yet known. Don't boast so much you bite your tongue. There is no point in talking more. Let me see your strength. Bibi Dong remained unmoved. She pointed her Rakshasa demonic scythe forward. The purple light that had originally been radiating around her suddenly converged onto the Rakshasa demonic scythe. In an instant, a giant purple blade hundreds of meters long condensed in front of the Rakshasa demonic scythe. The purple blade spanned the sky, blocking out the sun. It struck down from above, directly towards Qian Runshui's face. Bibi Dong struck first. Qian Runshui was startled. Bibi Dong's attack was similar in power to Tang San's Asura god divine force. Attack. But compared to her strength, it was still far inferior. She raised the angelic sacred sword in her hand, and the intense power of holy light descended. Accompanied by the swift blooming of the sun true fire, even Qian Runshui herself transformed into a golden ball of light. She met Bibi Dong's attack right where she stood. A deity's attack was so fast that it happened in the blink of an eye. The angelic sacred sword and the Rakshasa demonic scythe collided. Bang! With a dull thud, the result of this first strike was already decided. Bibi Dong's giant purple blade was forcefully slashed back 10,000 meters by the angelic sacred sword. Bibi Dong's face turned pale, and she let out a muffled groan. She had clearly been injured. How is this possible? As Bibi Dong retreated, she saw Qian Runshui's indifferent expression. It was clear that Qian Runshui had not expended much strength on this strike, it had just been a normal block. You are indeed very strong. No wonder you could defeat the new Asura god, but I am not weak either. While Bibi Dong spoke, the purple scythe in her hand swung again, slashing over with even greater speed. The scythe traced an eerie curve. It was like the lines of lightning falling in the void realm, without any pattern. Qian Runshui frowned. What kind of skill was this? She continued to use the angelic sacred sword to defend, the majestic power of holy light acting like a solid substance to block the omnipresent purple blades. The clanging sound of clashing metal rang out in the air. Qian Runshui's only feeling was that the angelic sacred sword was gradually becoming sluggish. This force of ultimate evil is eroding my power of holy light, and even attacking my divine thought. She already knew Bibi Dong's intention. This was using the pure Rakshasa origin and the force of ultimate evil to attack her divine thought. This was exactly what Bibi Dong believed to be Qian Runshui's weakness. Qian Runshui's accumulation was insufficient. And her divine thought was certainly not as good as hers, with her twin spirits. Furthermore, the evil Rakshasa force had an eroding and restraining effect on divine thought. It was just right for dealing with Qian Runshui. But was that the case? After Bibi Dong attacked wildly for a while, she discovered that Qian Runshui's expression was calm, not at all like someone being eroded by evil force. With a hum, Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui distanced themselves. Bibi Dong only felt that Qian Runshui's calm expression was incredibly glaring. It was disregard and disdain for her. Nether Rakshasa. Bibi Dong let out a long cry, and the purple divine light erupted completely, illuminating the entire sky until it turned purple. All the divine force in her body was condensing. Bibi Dong was very clear that Qian Runshui was indeed very strong. At least just now, facing her attacks, she was completely at ease. This time, she was going to unleash her strongest strength. Within the purple divine light, the 8 dark purple scythes behind Bibi Dong flew out simultaneously and merged with the Rakshasa demonic scythe in her hand. It transformed into a massive Rakshasa demonic scythe, black and purple all over, with countless demonic patterns spiraling on it. This was her desperate attack. She condensed all her divine force and attacked with the Rakshasa demonic scythe. One must know that Bibi Dong had become a deity with twin spirits, and the divine force she had accumulated was far greater than that of an average deity who had just become one. Bibi Dong, by blood you are my mother, but in reality, you are not worthy of being my mother. I let you attack twice, which has already fulfilled the blood relationship between you and me. For this third strike, I will no longer show mercy. Rest assured, I will not kill you, but I will take away the power you want most, as well as all your strength. I will let you taste the feeling of pain. I will let you watch me unify the continent. And let the holy light of the angel family shine upon Douluo planet. Qian Runshui's cold voice rang out. Chapter 43, Bibi Dong wants to self-destruct. For Bibi Dong's previous 2 attacks, Qian Runshui only defended and did not counterattack. It was not because Bibi Dong was so powerful, but because she was giving Bibi Dong one last chance to end their blood relationship. Bibi Dong's expression turned ugly. From Qian Runshui's words, she could tell that Qian Runshui did not take this peak attack of hers seriously at all. Holy light, purify, Qian Runshui said coldly. Immediately after, in Bibi Dong's emerald green eyes, infinite holy light descended from the sky. A sacred aura enveloped the earth. The origin of Rakshasa is dark and evil, representing the utmost evil and wickedness. While the angel origin is bright and sacred, representing justice and fairness. Qian Runshui saw this essence. She intended to suppress the Rakshasa divine force with the angel divine power. The angelic sacred sword swung, and these holy light were full of aggression. Purple-black smoke rose, just like ice and snow melting. In this sky, the Rakshasa divine force contained within Bibi Dong's Rakshasa demonic scythe was constantly melting away, being purified into pure divine force. Break for me, PFF'd. Bibi Dong roared, and a stream of blood sprayed onto the Rakshasa demonic scythe. The Rakshasa demonic scythe suddenly swelled to twice its size, and the purple light on the scythe blade was like purple lightning. The electric light vibrated, continuously breaking through the power of holy light leading to Qian Runshui. She wanted to rely on the sharp blade of the Rakshasa demonic scythe to break through Qian Runshui's power of holy light. Bibi Dong had already unleashed her strongest means. But Qian Runshui remained unmoved, still using the power of holy light to purify Bibi Dong's divine force. Purification meant transforming the evil Rakshasa divine force into pure, attribute-less divine force. Not only could it strike at Bibi Dong, but it could also strengthen herself. Moreover, she would become stronger and stronger. Bibi Dong, how does it feel to lose your power? Your divine force will gradually leave you, and your God position will shatter bit by bit. In the end, you will become an ordinary person. Enjoy this last moment of wielding power. Qian Runshui said, word by word. Bibi Dong was somewhat terrified. In this battle, what she feared least was a hard fight and sustaining injuries. Originally, she thought that even if Qian Runshui's strength was formidable. During the battle, as long as she fought hard against Qian Runshui and continuously consumed Qian Runshui's divine force, the final victory would surely belong to her. Because her Death Spider Emperor's 9th spirit ability was the Undying Body. When she was a titled Douluo, facing the Sea God's divine thought, she had taken a direct hit from the Sea God's divine thought and was still able to save her life. After becoming a deity, this spirit ability was used with divine force, no matter what kind of injuries she sustained. She could recover very quickly. This was also the source of her confidence. But now, Qian Runshui was actually purifying her divine force. So this is how you defeated Tang San. How is your spirit ability so evil, daring to devour my divine force? Bibi Dong roared. In her perception, the divine force on the Rakshasa demonic scythe was continuously being purified and absorbed by Qian Runshui, which was no different from devouring. Bibi Dong waved her right hand, intending to retract the Rakshasa demonic scythe. Then she was stunned. She couldn't even retract it. Qian Runshui displayed formidable strength, using the power of holy light to imprison her divine artifact, the Rakshasa demonic scythe. The next moment, the holy light that once imprisoned Tang San appeared around her, enveloping Bibi Dong inside. The purple light on Bibi Dong's body kept flashing, just like a summoning. Countless purple-black air currents from all directions gathered towards her body. Even though she was in the radiance of the holy light, these black air currents kept crashing against the holy light like moths to a flame. This was resentment. It was the resentment of the entire Douluo continent. The continent was currently in the midst of war, although the overall situation had been decided. But in unifying the continent, quite a few people had died, and countless others had been affected. This had generated infinite resentment. These resentments were the source of power for the Rakshasa god position. At this moment, under the summoning of Bibi Dong, the Rakshasa god, the monstrous resentment was assaulting the sacred angel divine power. This was a battle between evil and sacredness. Resentment, very well, let Bibi Dong witness the power of faith. Qin Tian laughed loudly in the holy light world. Countless living beings below had already begun to pray. Faith was the nemesis of resentment. The rolling power of faith was like a biting gale, sweeping away the resentment from all directions like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. The entire population of the Douluo continent, with the three empires combined, was less than 200 million, and the living beings that generated resentment certainly did not number as many as the 180 million beings in the holy light world. Qin Tian looked up and felt that the sky of the entire Douluo continent had become much clearer. Bibi Dong could be considered to have made a contribution to the Douluo continent, allowing him to wipe out all these resentments in one fell swoop. No, why is it like this? Bibi Dong could not understand it at all. This was the foundation of her god position. How could it be wiped out just like that? How could the resentment generated by countless people, which was upon her, be wiped out so easily? No matter how unbelievable Bibi Dong found it, it ended here. She had used her strongest attack means, but could not break through the defense of the holy light surrounding her. At all. The final moment had arrived. The holy light descended upon her, breaking through Bibi Dong's defense, invading her body, and purifying the divine force within her. Qian Runshui's strength was far greater than hers, leaving her with no power to resist. In the blinding holy light, the purple-black Asura god armor began to shatter, and large pieces of the armor fell into the holy light. The deity god armor was a symbol of a deity. She could not even maintain her god armor. It was evident that Bibi Dong had indeed reached a desperate situation. You won, Qian Runshui, but don't you dare look down on me from the posture of a victor. Bibi Dong shouted loudly and burned her life origin. And her body seemed to swell a little. She had gone mad. Why could Qian Runshui be so powerful? Why? She could not understand it, but this was not the time to think about these things. She only knew that everything was gone. The authority over the Douluo continent was gone, and her god position was about to be gone. But she absolutely could not be controlled by Qian Runshui, living without power, and in the future watching Qian Runshui become the empress, controlling the spirit empire, and controlling the spirit hall. That would be more painful than death. She wanted to self-destruct. No, teacher. Qian Runshui, you cannot kill her, she is your mother. Juliana flew up madly, wanting to approach Bibi Dong. She had come to Heaven Do City with Bibi Dong and had been watching the battle from below. Now that Bibi Dong was about to be defeated, or even about to die, she could not hold back. Bibi Dong's expression froze, and her movements slowed down for a moment. Juliana was an existence she regarded as a daughter. She had poured countless efforts into cultivating Juliana. It could be said that Juliana was the only one who could make her feel warmth within her heart, which was bent on destroying everything. Qian Runshui also saw Juliana, who was rushing over. She never regarded me as a daughter, she regarded you as a daughter, didn't she? Since she loves you so much, you two can be together forever. Qian Runshui waved her right hand, and a golden light entered Juliana's body, refining it instantly. Chapter 44, Bibi Dong's End. Qian Runshui did not completely purify Juliana's soul, allowing her to retain her self-awareness. She wanted Bibi Dong and Juliana to live in constant regret. The purifying force of the power of holy light within Bibi Dong was increased to the maximum. Bibi Dong's soul was also being purified. Bibi Dong only felt her mind go into a trance, and her determination to self-destruct gradually dissipated. But at this moment, Bibi Dong could no longer maintain her flight posture and fell downward. In Qian Runshui's perception, most of the divine force of Bibi Dong's two spirits had already been purified. Even her divine rank spirit core had been plundered into the holy light world by her. Bibi Dong was about to lose her divine force completely. Her face was ashen, and under the sensing of her remaining mental force, she discovered her own condition. Her god position could no longer be maintained. Cough. Bibi Dong coughed, and black blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Her face became aged. Teacher, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Juliana finally approached Bibi Dong, panic-stricken as she supported Bibi Dong and landed gently on the ground. Bibi Dong looked at Juliana, and seeing the golden light on her body, her expression changed. Qian Runshui, what did you do to Nur? Our grievances are our own, why must you involve Nur? She has never offended you. Bibi Dong grabbed Juliana's hand, staring fiercely at Qian Runshui. Naturally, I want her to lose her spirit power just like you, so that you two can keep each other company. Qian Runshui said indifferently. Cough, cough. Qian Runshui, you are a devil. Kill us. Bibi Dong kept spitting out black blood, speaking like a madwoman. Death is a release for you. I will not let you die. I want you to witness my rule over the Douluo continent. Juliana, she has always treated you as a daughter, you must take good care of her. Qian Runshui snorted coldly, ignored the two of them, and returned directly to the Heaven Do Imperial Palace. Teacher, don't fight with her anymore. She is also your daughter. Let her rule the Douluo continent. Juliana said miserably. She had lost her spirit power, but the most miserable one now was her teacher. She had originally become a god, but now she had also become an ordinary person, faring much worse than herself. Juliana could only comfort Bibi Dong first. I am her mother, how could she treat me like this? She is a devil. Bibi Dong's eyes were completely unfocused, and she kept repeating this sentence. Sigh. Juliana sighed. Her teacher had come to Heaven Do City full of confidence, only to be defeated by Qian Runshui like a bolt from the blue. She was even stripped of her god position by her own daughter. This blow was truly too great. Actually, what she did not know was that in Bibi Dong's eyes, Qian Runshui had character flaws and was somewhat indecisive. In Bibi Dong's subconscious, even if Qian Runshui won, she would not be too cruel to her. But the reality was completely different. This was what dealt the biggest blow to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong's mad state made Juliana shed tears, but she had no choice but to take care of Bibi Dong. She knew Qian Runshui's plan very well, to make Bibi Dong live in pain forever. But regardless, they were still alive, weren't they? Juliana thought miserably. Qian Runshui walked slowly into the imperial palace. This place was like her home, she had lived here for nearly 20 years, from the age of 9 to 29. Crown Prince's residence. Qian Runshui sighed. At that time, there was clearly a possibility of success, but due to Bibi Dong's urging, it was launched early, and coupled with Tang San's cheat-like obstruction, her 20 years of infiltration fell short of success. But several years had passed, and fortunately, she still succeeded. She defeated Tang San, crippled Bibi Dong, and unified the continent. Brother Tian, am I being too cold and ruthless to Bibi Dong? Qian Runshui asked. In fact, she left so quickly because she did not want to see Bibi Dong's miserable state again. Although there was only a sliver of pity, that was, after all, the person who gave her life. For Bibi Dong, there is no need to have the slightest pity. Her actions deserve her outcome. Qin Tian said indifferently. Qian Runshui had a love-struck brain and made many mistakes, especially during the Heaven Do Palace change. But Bibi Dong's love-struck brain led to just as many mistakes. Her outcome was destined. Qian Runshui breathed a sigh of relief. Obtaining Qin Tian's approval gave her more confidence. She smiled, as if spring had arrived and flowers were blooming, and walked towards the council hall. Qin Tian was stunned. Xiaoshui was quite beautiful. Heal. After arriving at the council hall, Qian Runshui directly unleashed the power of holy light to heal the injuries and Rakshasa divine force shackles on Gold Crocodile Douluo and the other two. Gold Crocodile Douluo only felt the evil, cold divine force on his body rapidly melting away. His whole body was filled with a warm feeling. Young Miss had become even stronger. His expression was very excited. Young Miss, has Bibi Dong been defeated by you? A moment later, the three of them were healed, and Gold Crocodile Douluo, Green Phoenix Douluo, and Lion Douluo hurriedly stood up. She and Huliena have already been stripped of their god positions and spirit power by me, becoming ordinary people. Let them go to the Elder Palace in Spirit City to pray and atone for their sins, and tell her all the latest progress of the Spirit Empire every month. Qian Runshui thought for a moment and said. She wanted Bibi Dong to witness her strength. Yes, young miss. You are too powerful. If the high priest knew in the afterlife and saw your achievements, he would smile and be gratified. Gold Crocodile Douluo's eyes were filled with crystalline tears. Qian Runshui's journey had not been easy. But fortunately, the result was beautiful. The Green Phoenix Douluo and Lion Douluo beside him were equally excited. From now on, the Douluo continent would usher in the era of the Spirit Empire under Qian Runshui's rule. Grandfather, I did not let you down. Qian Runshui's eyes were moist. Facing a senior like Gold Crocodile Douluo, she could not help but feel a bit sentimental. After a long time, the few of them calmed their emotions and began to discuss serious matters. Young Miss, in the prisoner of war camp in the east of the city, prisoners of war, spirit masters, and the former Heaven Do royal family and nobles from the entire Heaven Do Empire are gathering. These people are stubborn and loyal to the Heaven Do Empire. I ask you, young miss, to unleash the power of holy light to purify them. The Star Luo Empire is the same. It is estimated that the two empires combined will have 20 million people to be purified by you. Gold Crocodile Douluo introduced the situation. This is also good. Quickly and completely purify the unstable factors of the entire continent, and the continent should be peaceful. Qian Runshui agreed. If these people were slowly influenced, they would surely accept the change of dynasty. But it would take too long, and people would constantly resist during that period. It would be better to solve it once and for all. Anyone with ulterior motives would be completely purified. Three seniors, do you know about Sea God Island? Qian Runshui asked with a smile. Young miss, are you talking about Devil Island? That place once caused Spirit Hall to lose thousands of spirit masters and two titled Douluo. Gold Crocodile Douluo replied. According to his sensing, the first time Qian Runshui revealed her aura was in the West Sea. Could it be related to Devil Island? Chapter 45, Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well, Purifying the Blue-Silver Emperor. Excellent. That place was originally the site of the Sea God's legacy. Tang San accepted the Sea God's legacy there. Now, Sea God Island has been destroyed by me, and I have built a new Angel God Island in its vicinity. You are to arrange for priests to go there and proclaim the divine might of the Angel God to the marine life. Qian Runshui commanded. Yes, young miss. The three of them responded excitedly. The young miss's ambition was even greater. She wanted to unify not just the Douluo continent, but also the oceans. As expected of the young miss. If Qin Tian knew their thoughts, he would certainly smile indifferently. This was just the beginning. Besides the Douluo continent, there are three other continents on Douluo planet. One is the Sun Moon continent, and the other two were discovered later by the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. These three must also be unified. Let Qian Runshui and the three elders discuss the matter of unifying Douluo planet. Qin Tian stepped out of the holy light world for the first time, breathing in the fresh air. Since arriving on the Douluo continent, the most urgent task had been helping Qian Runshui defeat Tang San and Bibi Dong. This concerned his very survival. One must know that he was Qian Runshui's 10th spirit ring spirit. If Qian Runshui were to have her god position stripped, his existence as a spirit would likely cease. Now, the imminent crisis had passed. Although there were still enemies like the Asura god. But at least for the moment, it was safe. He, Qin Tian, finally had time to think about his own future. He should first reshape a body. A human body made him feel more familiar and natural. Qin Tian approached the sunset forest step by step. The ice and fire yin-yang well was located in the center of the sunset forest. Without such a strong sense of crisis, he finally had the interest to observe the scenery of the Douluo Continent. He was like a spirit master traveling abroad, carefully observing the sunset forest. There was quite a lot of blue-silver grass. That's right, the blue-silver emperor, Yin, was still at the ice and fire yin-yang well. Tang San had been taken to the god realm by the Asura god and had no time to look after his mother, Yin. This Yin was actually quite useful. In the future, if Douluo planet evolved, her life attribute could help Douluo planet better absorb energy. Qin Tian entered the forest, following his mental force perception, and headed towards the place where the origin qi was thickest. Inside the holy light world, there were the sacrifices of Dugu Bo, Dugu Yan, Xiao Wu, and Tang Hao. From their souls, Qin Tian was already familiar with the entire sunset forest. But he still walked step by step, following his own mental guidance. This was also a process for him to become familiar with the use of mental force. Soon, he arrived at a mountaintop. In his perception, beneath the mountaintop was pure energy with both water and fire attributes. Moreover, upon reaching this place, the vegetation grew even more densely. The most distinctive was the blue-silver grass. Even on the sheer cliffs, there were countless blades of grass. Looking out, clouds and mist swirled, and with the naked eye, one could not see the ice and fire yin-yang well below. He took a step and descended. Below, the massive leaves of the blue-silver emperor danced in the wind, constantly probing for Qin Tian's descending figure. In the center of the densest blue-silver emperor patch, in front of a wooden house, there was a woman wearing a long blue dress. The woman radiated a soft light of life, her appearance gentle and beautiful, and she was looking at the sky with anticipation. But the next moment, her eyes turned to surprise. "Who are you? How did you come here?" Yin asked vigilantly. Only her son and Tang Hao knew about this place, and being in the center of the sunset forest, surrounded by spirit beasts, it was very safe. Therefore, when Tang Hao rushed to the front lines, he had her come here to cultivate. She would almost never be disturbed by anyone. The person in front of her did not look old, appearing even younger than her own son, and was quite handsome. This made it impossible for Yin to harbor any hostile intentions. She even felt a sense of goodwill upon seeing him, but since the other party had suddenly appeared here, and it was unclear whether they were friend or foe, she maintained sufficient vigilance. "You are the blue-silver emperor, Yin. Truly a beauty." Qin Tian looked on with an appreciative gaze. This Yin possessed a unique aura, combining the elegance of royalty with the gentleness of a plant spirit. "Who exactly are you? Why do you know me?" Yin examined Qin Tian with her mental divine thought and was shocked to find that she could not see through Qin Tian's strength at all. This was while she was inside her blue-silver domain. Furthermore, from the tone of Qin Tian's evaluation, she had a bad premonition. It had been more than 2 months since Tang Hao left, and no news had come, nor did she know how the war at the front lines was going. She had been in a state of worry. Could this person in front of her be connected to Tang Hao? Naturally, an enemy. Qin Tian smiled indifferently. Look. A corner of the holy light world was revealed. In the first layer of heaven, the Avachi Hell, numerous familiar figures appeared in the sky. Tang Hao, Tang Xiao, Elder Liang. Numerous members of the Clear Sky sect were suffering endless torture. How? Yin opened her hands, her voice suddenly becoming shaky. She could not believe that Tang Hao, who had just recovered one leg and one arm, had become disabled again. And it was even worse than before. "Who exactly are you?" How did Hao offend you to make you torture him like this? Yin broke down. How long had their family been reunited, only to experience such unprecedented misery again? Ha, you'll have to ask your precious son Tang-san. He ran off to the god realm to enjoy himself, so naturally, Tang Hao must suffer in his stead. Qin Tian shook his head. Little San. Yin was stunned. She did not expect it to be because of Little San. Little San was so well behaved, how could he cause trouble? The person in front of her was definitely not a good person. However, this was also the only piece of good news. Tang-san was fine and had gone to the god realm. Little San will avenge us. Hope welled up in Yin's heart, and she looked at Qin Tian with resentment and hatred. Rest assured, sooner or later I will let your family be reunited, all together. Qin Tian sneered, and the holy light world descended directly. Yin had absolutely no power to resist. Her originally sorrowful face transformed into an expression of piety. Qin Tian slowly approached and stroked her face, which was as tender as water. It is truly a pity for such beauty to lack even a shred of intelligence. Worthy of being a 100,000-year spirit beast from the Romance continent. As Qin Tian's words fell, Yin had already fallen into the holy light world, going to contribute the power of faith. Qin Tian then looked at the long-awaited treasure land, the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well. The area of the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well was not large, it was oval-shaped, resembling a small lake. The currents within were divided into milky white and vermilion red, clearly distinct and not infringing upon each other. Qin Tian naturally understood that this was where the Water Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King, among the 9 great Dragon Kings, had fallen in the Sunset Forest. Their corpses were buried in the depths of the water pool, 10,000 zhang below. And the special nature of the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well was formed by the Water Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. It contained almost the ultimate fire elements and water elements of the entire continent. Below lie the dragon souls and spirit bones of the Water Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King, but if I were to reshape my body with only the 2 attributes of ice and fire, it seems something is missing. Qin Tian stared at the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well and began to ponder. Chapter 46 Reshaping the Body. The most suitable one is still the torso bone of the Mountain Dragon King. The Mountain Dragon clan is the most special existence among the Dragon clan. Once the clansmen of the Mountain Dragon King reach adulthood, they must transform into mountains and continents, becoming places for the Dragon clan to multiply and survive. They have made tremendous contributions to the Dragon clan and are hailed as the head of the 9 great Dragon Kings who do not walk in the world. This is similar to the myth of Pengu creating the world, where his left eye became the sun, his right eye became the moon, his 4 limbs and body became the 4 poles and 5 sacred mountains, and his blood became rivers. If I use the spirit bone of the Mountain Dragon King as the foundation, supplemented by the spirit bones of the Water and Fire Dragon Kings, and add this powerful divine soul of mine, what a powerful body that would create. Qin Tian became more and more excited as he thought about it. It is just that the spirit bone of the Mountain Dragon King is in the Dragon Graveyard, so I will have to spend some effort to find it. The Dragon Graveyard is a small world attached to Douluo planet, where many Dragon clan corpses and dragon souls are buried after the dragon god perished. That is a bit far. Let us first shape a body with the spirit bones of the Water and Fire Dragon Kings before me, and find the Mountain Dragon King's spirit bone later. Qin Tian made his decision. He leapt into the center of the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well, the intersection of the cold spring and the hot spring. SSS's. Qin Tian gasped. From his feet to his head, a layer of ice blue light and red light rose alternately. It was extremely bizarre. This Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well can even harm the soul. Qin Tian's face showed some pain. As someone who had never cultivated before, although he possessed magnificent power, he had truly never endured the hardships of cultivation. His mental force was vast, and with the support of the Holy Light World, he knew very well that he would not die. However, this sudden pain made him somewhat unaccustomed. A moment later, he realized that it was not the ice and fire energy that could harm his soul, but the extreme cold and heat contained within the ice and fire energy. Just like a powerful sword intent, before the sword even strikes the body, the power of its will can cause a person to collapse. I am a divine-ranked soul body, how can ice and fire energy harm me? That is right, the spring water of this ice and fire yin-yang well already contains the soul power of the Water Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. It is not the spring water causing me harm, but the soul power of the Water Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King containing intense water and fire intent that has caused me harm. These dragon souls are very powerful. However, the stronger, the better. I can also take this opportunity to temper my soul body. Qin Tian had always believed in one principle: there is no gain without effort. Suddenly becoming the master of the holy light world, while happy, he understood that this was his golden finger. But a golden finger can be relied upon, yet one must never become dependent on it. The key is to be strong oneself. Now that the timing, location, and people were all in his favor, he naturally had to cultivate. The first thing he had to do was body refining with ice and fire, using the powerful ice and fire baptism to make his mental force purer and stronger. Let us form a divine nucleus first. With the cultivation experience of countless powerhouses in the holy light world, and even the divine nucleus of the Rakshasa god Bibi Dong among them, Qin Tian was already very familiar with the formation of a divine nucleus. Moreover, he had witnessed Qian Runshui becoming a god. He had personally experienced it and felt the indescribable sensation. Qin Tian reminisced for a moment. Then concentrated his energy, focusing all of his soul power toward the center of his eyebrows. During this process, impurities in his soul kept turning into smoke and dissipating without a trace. Only the purest mental force remained, following a certain pattern, forming a divine nucleus. This process was undoubtedly painful for Qin Tian, who had never cultivated before. Fortunately, his mental force was endless, and there was a constant supply of power of faith and power of holy light from the holy light world supporting his growth, allowing Qin Tian to recklessly make mistakes and recover. Suddenly, Qin Tian's mind jolted. The scene of meteors shooting backward appeared in his mind again. Countless figures fell into the holy light world, including spirit masters, armies, and some people who looked noble. But in the blink of an eye, they all became believers in the holy light world. It seemed that this was the original ruling group of the Star Luo Empire and the Heaven Do Empire, being purified by Qian Runshui. According to that gold crocodile Douluo, there were as many as 20 million people. Thus, the living beings in the holy light world had surpassed the 200 million mark. It had already exceeded the population of the Douluo continent. It was truly terrifying. As the master of the holy light world, the gains were simply unimaginable. Under such massive support, Qin Tian's divine nucleus was successfully formed in 3 months. It was a holy nucleus emitting white light. The holy light made Qin Tian feel a bit alarmed. From within the light, Qin Tian heard countless voices wanting to purify everything, possessing strong aggressiveness. He felt carefully, those were the voices of billions of living beings praying. Not only the living beings in the holy light world, but also the voices from the angel temple on the Douluo continent. They piously wanted to spread the power of holy light to the endless universe. My divine nucleus inherited the holy attributes of the holy light world, and the origin is still the angel power of holy light. But why did he feel that the attack power of this divine nucleus was stronger than the original holy light? Was it contaminated with the will of the water and fire dragon kings? That was indeed possible. He looked at his own body. After being forged by ice and fire, the body, which was originally a soul entity, had absorbed a great deal of ice and fire energy. The surface of his skin was like white porcelain, and the meridians, bones, and internal organs inside were clearly visible, presenting a bright golden color. It was deeper and more exquisite than the previous pure soul body. Not bad, Qin Tian could only use this word to describe it. It was like something finely carved from jade. His incarnation could be described as handsome, it was what he had conjured based on his own appearance and soul body. But now, the body refining with ice and fire was carried out using the power of nature and the ice and fire energy of the Water Dragon King and the Ice Dragon King. It caused his body to undergo an extraordinary evolution. The entire body seemed to be covered with a layer of glaze, crystal clear and moist, and full of a sense of power. He was now no different from a normal person. The strength of his body was at least that of a first-class god. After all, his essence was too strong: divine rank soul strength, infinite power of faith, and extreme ice and fire energy. They had forged such a body. Now, the ice and fire yin-yang well could no longer make him feel any pain. Instead, it was warm and very comfortable. Very powerful, but this is just the beginning. I have not even absorbed the spirit bones yet. Qin Tian did not hesitate any longer and slowly sank into the depths of the ice and fire yin-yang well. 1,000 zhang, 2,000 zhang, 3,000 zhang, this was already a depth of 10,000 meters underground. The soul power of the Water Dragon King. Qin Tian moved a few meters to the left, where an energy form like a swimming fish was moving flexibly. But he could already tell that this had nothing to do with a fish. This was a fish composed of soul energy. He investigated carefully again and found that there were many similar fish-shaped energy bodies below. Some were even in the image of flood dragons. These were fragmented dragon soul energies. Qin Tian's eyes lit up. Chapter 47. Bones grow blood, flesh grows sinew, a body of flesh and blood. As Qin Tian approached, the fish darted away like a shining silver arrow, swimming over 10 meters away in a single movement. Just as I guessed, after the Water Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King died here, their souls shattered and became pure energy, dissipating beneath the ice and fire yin-yang well. Otherwise, the energy wouldn't have overflowed and affected the entire ice and fire yin-yang well. They are truly dead. Qin Tian reached out and beckoned, a beam of holy light enveloping the fish before him. The pure energy entered his body and was absorbed into his soul. What truly primitive dragon chi! Qin Tian sighed, then began catching the fish. Whether they were ice fish or fire fish, one by one they merged into his soul. 4,000 zhang, 5,000 zhang, 8,000 zhang. Suddenly, two figures darting, swimming, and playing caught Qin Tian's attention. They were figures no more than 2 meters long, but they were in the shape of a dragon. One was entirely ice blue, the other entirely crimson. These two dragon-shaped figures emitted a dazzling radiance, illuminating the bottom of the pool with exceptional brightness. After Qin Tian approached, the eyes of the two dragon shadows, as if possessing intelligence, immediately stopped their play. A fierce and tyrannical aura locked onto Qin Tian. Countless red and blue energy particles from the surrounding lake water rapidly converged toward the two dragon shadows, causing their bodies to grow continuously. In the blink of an eye, they had transformed into giant dragons several zhang long. This must be the core of the Water Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King's souls. They only possess the perception of their origin, and this is merely an instinctive reaction. Qin Tian smiled. The soul of a dragon, this was one of the goals of his trip. PFF'd. The giant dragons exhaled. The two dragon souls, one on the left and one on the right, spat out two streams of red and blue intertwined chi that sheared toward Qin Tian like scissors. You are only attacking unconsciously, you cannot hurt me. Qin Tian tapped his finger in front of him repeatedly, and beams of power of holy light formed a white shield. The shield, with overwhelming force, shattered the scissor-like chi stream and then collided with the dragon souls. The giant dragons, several zhang long, splashed with a sound as the lake water on their bodies fell away. Only the dragon souls themselves, over 2 meters long, remained, tumbling in the water. The violence and ferocity in their eyes dissipated, leaving only bewilderment. They were so stunned by the collision that they couldn't react. Looking at the two little dragons' adorable appearance, Qin Tian laughed. The once world-shaking dragon kings had now become like cute pets. Forget it. I had intended to completely absorb your dragon soul energy and integrate it into my divine core. Now, I feel that letting you continue to exist might bring some amusement. Let's call you Xiao Hong and Xiao Lan. The holy light world appeared, directly covering the two dragon souls and capturing them inside. Qin Tian was not satisfied yet, so he simply began to absorb the lake water. In just a moment, a lake formed in the fourth layer of the holy light world, with Xiao Hong and Xiao Lan swimming and playing within it. Their bodies had also grown several times larger. Qin Tian was using the power of holy light to support their growth. Perhaps when they grew a bit more, his eightfold heavenly dragons would finally look like something. He nodded happily and continued to dive. He was about to see the dragon corpses, which made Qin Tian somewhat excited. As long as he obtained the 2 spirit bones and used them to combine with the energy of the ice and fire yin-yang well to reshape his body, his divine body would be considered initially formed. However, the way he encountered the dragon corpses still surprised Qin Tian. It was a vortex with constant energy tides. After observing here for a while, Qin Tian discovered that at different times, this vortex would exhibit 2 states, lake water flowing in and energy flowing back. Inside there should be an independent world. He did not hesitate. Seizing an opportunity, he fell directly along with the water flow. A vast, desolate, and murderous feeling washed over him. Qin Tian looked behind him and was surprised to see clouds, overwhelming fire red and ice blue clouds. He had just stepped out from within the clouds. While the atmosphere below was ancient, it was not empty. At first glance, there were 2 dragon corpses. The 1,000-meter-tall dragon corpses occupied the 2 sides of this space. Qin Tian looked at these 2 giant dragons in shock. It was hard to imagine that such powerful dragons could fall. Their scales were covered in cracks, revealing the hollow bones within. Their flesh and blood were already gone. Only specks of fire elements and water elements still flickered and flowed, appearing as one with the clouds in the sky, making this space not so deathly silent. The Fire Dragon King and the Water Dragon King had such immense might. Then what about the Dragon God? How strong must the Dragon God have been? Even the Dragon God was defeated by the Asura God and the several God Kings of the God realm. Of course, there was also the reason of the universe's rules backlash. However, Qin Tian still felt that one could not underestimate the 5 God Kings of the God realm. Being able to rule the God realm for so long, their strength could not be overlooked. If he hadn't transmigrated here, Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong would have been ruined by the Asura God with just a little trick. He needed to plan his future path well. Qin Tian thought for a while, then went directly into the Fire Dragon King's body. A bone that was entirely transparent and shining with a fire-red light came into view. A treasure. It looks like a real treasure. Qin Tian reached out and beckoned. The Fire Dragon King spirit bone entered his body and merged into his left arm. It was a left arm spirit bone. Following that, Qin Tian found a right arm spirit bone inside the Water Dragon King and similarly merged it into his body. Ice and fire yin-yang well. From now on, my body will be the ice and fire yin-yang well. Qin Tian smiled proudly. He looked at the 2 dragon skeletons before him, as well as the clouds in this space. After he absorbed the 2 spirit bones, this place had clearly dimmed significantly. Dust to dust, earth to earth. Since you are already dead, let's bury you completely. Qin Tian waved his hand, and the 2 dragon corpses sank into the ground. With one stride, he returned to the ice and fire yin-yang well. The spirit bones in his arms cheered and leapt with joy. In this extremely cold and extremely hot lake water, they were like fish in water, continuously absorbing energy and circulating it within Qin Tian's body. The forging of his divine body could now begin. Qin Tian closed his eyes and began to feel it. Cultivation has no concept of time. He could see the power of water and fire boiling within his arms, emitting a sound like a tsunami. It was still merging with his body. The fusion of the Dragon King's bones would not be so simple, it would require a long time. I do not know how much time passed, but divine force rippled within the ice and fire yin-yang well. Brilliant red rays of light and azure ice flames rushed out from the surface of the lake, forming a strange phenomenon in midair. Within Qin Tian's arms, countless waves of divine force flowed from his shoulders to his head, chest, lower limbs, and feet, forming a loop before returning to his arms. Bones grow blood, flesh grows sinew, reshaping the body. His left and right arms had become 2 hearts, beating non-stop, changing Qin Tian's blood. He had truly become a body of flesh and blood. If one were to say his body was originally like white porcelain, exquisite and translucent, but lacking the aura of a human, now, he finally possessed the aura of a human. He had truly become a person. His internal organs, muscles, skin, hair, and his little brother, all became normal. Chapter 48, Is Her Majesty in Love? With infinite origin qi and divine force, plus 2 spirit bones, the foundation is profound, and the forged body is naturally extraordinary. But if I had the mountain dragon king torso bone, it would be even better. Qin Tian sighed and returned to the surface of the ice and fire yin-yang well. After his repeated absorption, the water level of the ice and fire yin-yang well had dropped by a full 1,000 zhang. It seems it will take a long time to recover. I must have Qian Runshui arrange for spirit masters to look after this treasure land. This place can continuously produce rare medicinal herbs, and even immortal herbs can grow here endlessly. It will certainly be able to create many powerful experts. I don't know how long it took to forge my body, it's time to go back and see Qian Runshui. Spirit City, Pope Mountain. Qian Runshui, who had long ascended to the throne as Empress of the Spirit Empire and Supreme Pontiff of the Supreme Pontiff Palace, was holding a morning court session. The venue for the morning court was in a grand hall named the Xuanzhang Hall. At this moment, many experts stood in rows, including the 6 great priests and the titled Douluo of the Elder Palace. Of course, there were also numerous bishops and heads of various departments of the Spirit Empire. In this hall of several hundred square meters, it was crowded with people, almost full. Generally speaking, after Qian Runshui ascended the throne, she did not carry out major reforms. It remained a dual rule of the integration of politics and religion. On the Empress's throne, Qian Runshui wore a brilliant golden gown, inlaid with purple, red, green, blue, and other colorful gemstones. It looked exceptionally gorgeous. Her noble posture and stunningly beautiful face made none of the experts below dare to look up directly. Reporting to Your Majesty, Ghost Leopard Douluo has broken through to level 96 and can be granted the status of a great priest. Please, make a decision, Your Majesty, to appoint him as the 8th great priest of the Priest Palace. Gold Crocodile Douluo, at the head of the left side of the hall, spoke up. Following his words, Qian Runshui looked toward a black figure behind the 6 great priests. This figure was somewhat lean, clearly an agility attack system spirit master at a glance. In fact, that was indeed the case. His spirit was the black striped ghost leopard, and he was the most promising titled Douluo in the Elder Palace. When grandfather was here, he once said that Elder Demon Bear and Elder Ghost Leopard were the most promising to break through to become great priests. It is a pity about Elder Demon Bear, who died at Jialing Pass. Qian Runshui sighed. The experts in the Xuanzhang Hall were all somewhat silent when they heard Qian Runshui mention Qian Dalu, not daring to respond. Let Elder Ghost Leopard serve as the 7th great priest. Qian Runshui recalled for a moment and said, "Ah, I am the 7th great priest." Among the 6 great priests, a burly figure with short, upright hair was very surprised. He was demon subduing Douluo, the 7th great priest. He thought Qian Runshui had made a mistake. Ghost Leopard Douluo should be the 8th great priest. Grandfather has been gone for a long time, so the position of high priest shall be held by great priest Gold Crocodile. Qian Runshui continued. Now, the people below understood what she meant. The 6 great priests would all move up one position, so Ghost Leopard Douluo would naturally be the 7th great priest. Thank you, Your Majesty. The 7 great priests all bowed to express their thanks. Gold Crocodile Douluo was excited inside. The position of high priest was one above all others and below only one, a position of great power and authority. Being appointed as high priest by Qian Runshui was a recognition and trust in him. This was what excited him the most. The continent has been pacified for nearly 2 years, and even the ocean has been unified by nearly half. The priest palace should not waste time on mundane affairs anymore. I will bestow divine force to assist your cultivation, so you can break through to the level 99 limit Douluo as soon as possible. Qian Runshui instructed again. This was what Qian Runshui had thought of long ago. The god realm still had enemies like Asura god, Tang San, and Sea god. She could not be the only one who was powerful. If it were in the past, even if Gold Crocodile Douluo and the others reached level 99 limit Douluo, without a god position, they would be unable to break through to level 100 and become a god, which would not be of much help in divine level battles. But now it was different. With the Holy Light World, she could completely allow them to break their limits. In the 100 years of the lower realm, how many divine-level experts could she cultivate? Qian Runshui was somewhat looking forward to it. Yes, Your Majesty, the 7 great priests hurriedly replied. Suddenly, Qian Runshui's expression shifted, and a smile appeared on her face. You've finally returned. Dismiss the court. Qian Runshui flashed and disappeared without a trace, leaving behind the experts below, who looked at each other in dismay. This was the first time that Her Majesty had suddenly left in the middle of a morning court session. Had Her Majesty encountered something important? Gold Crocodile Douluo's heart stirred. He seemed to see Her Majesty smile, and she was smiling very happily. She looked just like a woman in love. Could it be that Her Majesty is in love? Who could be worthy of Her Majesty? This was indeed a problem. Although Her Majesty had become a god, as an elder, he still hoped that Her Majesty could have a home. After all, this massive foundation also needed an heir, doesn't it? Being an old fox, his inner monologue continued incessantly. Behind the Xuanzhang Hall, in the sleeping quarters, several maids were serving in front of the palace gate. Qian Runshui frowned. You may all leave. Yes, Your Majesty. It was the time for the morning court, but Her Majesty had suddenly returned, and these pretty little maids did not understand what was going on. But they still obediently followed the instructions and left. Qian Runshui walked in and saw a man dressed in white as snow, holding a green-edged sword and standing in front of a bronze mirror. The handsomeness of this man made Qian Runshui's heart thump. Moreover, the man had a unique, noble temperament, unlike anyone from the mortal world, which Qian Runshui was seeing for the first time. Brother Tian, you've been gone for nearly 2 years, you've finally returned. Qian Runshui said, her brows furrowed. Why does it feel a bit resentful? Qin Tian was taken aback. What, did you miss me? Qin Tian slowly approached Qian Runshui, staring provocatively into her eyes. Qian Runshui did not back down, puffed out her towering chest, and stared back at Qin Tian. Hoo-hoo. The clearly audible breathing caused a blush to rise on her face. She knew that Brother Tian was unscrupulous. If they kept looking at each other, Brother Tian might just take her right there. She lowered her head. The next moment, a finger was placed on her chin, lifting her head up. Xiaoshui, do you know what I've been doing these past 2 years? Qin Tian asked with great interest. What did Brother Tian do? Qian Runshui cooperated well, mostly because she was also curious. I went to the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well in the Sunset Forest and found the bodies of the Water Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King from the Dragon God era. The Dragon God had 9 children, with attributes of water, fire, earth, wind, light, darkness, space, time, and stability, all of whom were God King level experts. And what I found were the corpses, spirit bones, and dragon souls of the Water Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. The corpses of the Water and Fire Dragon Kings had energy overflowing, which formed a treasure land right in the center of the Sunset Forest, gathering springs of extreme cold and extreme heat. For these past 2 years, I have been in this treasure land, using the ice and fire to refine my body and absorbing the 2 spirit bones to forge this physique. Qin Tian narrated in detail. Qian Runshui was stunned for a moment, forgetting Qin Tian's provocation. No wonder I saw that Brother Tian had a noble temperament. It turns out your body was forged with the bones of the Dragon Kings. Qian Runshui exclaimed. The Sunset Forest actually contained the corpses of 2 great Dragon Kings. This was truly shocking. But she did not doubt Qin Tian's words in the slightest. Chapter 49. God bestowed Spirit Ring, changing the continent's advancement method. The Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well has many precious immortal herbs and plants. Have people take good care of them. In the future, they can give birth to unexpected spirit beasts. Qin Tian said with a smile. When he left the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well, he specifically observed it. Taking away the dragon bones and dragon souls did not affect this special treasure land. The energy of the Ice and Fire Dragon King had completely transformed this place, making it a natural wonder. It constantly absorbed the surrounding heaven and earth energy to form cold springs and hot springs. Furthermore, Qin Tian did not move the dragon corpses below, and energy was still dissipating from them. In the future, it would naturally continue to give birth to spirit beasts like the tulip of romance, octagonal mysterious ice grass, apricot of fiery beauty, dew of looking through autumn water, ink jade bamboo, and earth dragon gourd. I will listen to you. Qian Runshui said gently. Looking at Qian Runshui's obedient appearance, Qin Tian's heart palpitated. It was simply tempting him to commit a crime. Since that was the case, he would not be polite. Qin Tian reached out and wrapped his arms around Qian Runshui's waist, frowning as he said, "Shui, this body has just been formed, and I don't know how it differs from a normal body. Are you willing to cooperate with me to test it out?" How to cooperate? Qian Runshui was a little confused. In her perception, Qin Tian's body was completely indistinguishable from a normal one. "Naturally, the method we used when we first met," Qin Tian said with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. He had already hugged Qian Runshui tightly, and that full sensation made him restless. "Brother Tian, you are too bad. During the God-bestowed spirit ring trial, were you intentionally taking advantage of me?" Qian Runshui felt Qin Tian's movements and felt a little happy. Being able to seduce Qin Tian made her feel very proud. She was very confident in her appearance. "Shui, what are you saying? If I hadn't risked my life, how could you have passed the trial?" Saying this, he picked Qian Runshui up in a princess carry and brought her onto the golden bed. "Brother Tian, I have never said thank you to you. I know very well that without you, I really wouldn't have been able to beat Tang San in the end." "Thank you," Qian Runshui murmured. Her voice gradually sank, turning into pure breathing. Only the breathing became long and rapid. "You said that Tang San and the Shrek Seven Devils cultivated so quickly because they consumed the immortal herbs from the ice and fire yin-yang well." Qian Runshui leaned in Qin Tian's arms, her snow-white and slender neck glowing with a hint of a blush. Her face radiated a lazy expression. If she hadn't been too shocked, she wouldn't have had such a big reaction. Originally, she thought the immortal herbs there were just precious medicinal herbs. She didn't expect the effect to be so powerful. After the two enjoyed themselves, Qin Tian mentioned the cheats used by the Shrek Seven Devils. "So, now you know the preciousness of this immortal herb. It can change a person's cultivate talent and has the effect of shedding one's mortal body and exchanging one's bones." Qin Tian wanted to let Qian Runshui know the importance of the ice and fire yin-yang well. His body could also consume one or two immortal herbs in the future to become stronger again. No wonder they cultivate so fast. "I understand, Brother Tian. From now on, the ice and fire yin-yang well will be the forbidden land of the Spirit Empire." Qian Runshui said solemnly. "She is teachable," Qin Tian nodded. "By the way, Brother Tian, ever since the Asura god took away Tang San, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zuqing, and Ma Hongjun on the ocean, there has been no sign of them on the entire continent. Tang San must have gone to the god realm, but could the three of them, Dai Mubai, also go to the world?" She had spent some effort looking for these people over the past 2 years. Unfortunately, she couldn't find them at all. "Don't waste your effort. How could the Asura god let you find them? Given the Asura god's status in the god realm, it is not difficult to give them god trials. When the Asura god saved Tang San, he took the three of them with him, which was definitely not done casually. I'm afraid he has already made plans for these people to become Tang San's helpers. Perhaps these people will all become gods in the future," Qin Tian said calmly. Qian Runshui thought thoughtfully. "Since that's the case, we also need to quickly improve our strength. I plan to bestow divine force upon the 7 high priests to help them reach rank 99 as soon as possible, and then use the holy light world to become gods." Qin Tian naturally agreed. But he had greater ambitions. How could small squabbles suffice? The improvement of Qian Runshui's strength was the most fundamental thing. Now the Spirit Empire's rule was stable, and the Douluo continent had ushered in a prosperous period of development. The power of faith was naturally strong. But Qin Tian understood human nature better. Often during times of war, hunger, and disease, various sects developed the most rapidly. Why is there the saying of clasping the Buddha's feet only when in trouble? Most people do not believe in deities in ordinary times. In times of peace, the happier life is, the less likely they are to believe in deities. Or even if they believed in the angel god due to the pressure of the spirit empire, they were not pious. The power of faith contributed was not much. In these nearly 2 years, it seemed that angel temples had been built in every village. The holy light of the angel was already spreading. But the power of faith generated, in Qin perception, was not as much as that generated by purifying more than 20 million humans. Qin even had an idea to purify all the humans on the Douluo continent. But this was certainly not feasible. He needed more and more power of faith. As one who had undergone transmigration, he knew the speed of population growth once it exploded in times of peace. It could double in a few years. If Qian Runshui ruled the Douluo continent for 100 years, and the population developed without restrictions, reaching tens of billions would not be a problem. He could not kill the goose that lays the golden eggs for the faith of 200 million people now. What could be done to make these people piously believe in the angel god? If there were the faith of tens of billions of humans, plus the faith of marine life, then Qian Runshui would not only become a god king, but also the strongest among the god kings. You know about the God-bestowed spirit ring, right? Qin Tian asked. Brother Tian, are you testing me? I have inherited the complete angel god legacy, and my 9th spirit ring is a God-bestowed spirit ring. The God-bestowed spirit ring is a reward bestowed by the divine will to the inheritor. It can grant the inheritor the spirit ability they need most and the maximum spirit ring age they can withstand. Qian Runshui said, blinking her big eyes. Shui is so smart. Tell me, what if the way all spirit masters on the continent obtain spirit rings is changed to the God-bestowed spirit ring method? When a spirit master cultivates to a bottleneck and is about to advance, they must go to the angel temple to pray. Based on their level of piety and talent, you will bestow spirit rings of different ages. Qin Tian thought for a moment and said. This was the method he thought of, to fundamentally change the way spirit masters on the Douluo continent obtain spirit rings. Let the holy light of the angel god be integrated into every rank of a spirit master's cultivation. Qian Runshui's eyes widened suddenly. How much divine force would this consume? Even with the accumulation of the holy light world, it would not be enough to cover the expenditure. She didn't even dare to think about it. There were so many spirit masters on the continent, and each spirit master needed at least several spirit rings. Even if one spirit ring was a drop in the bucket for a god, it would add up over time. Chapter 50, The Devout Su Yun Tao. Are you silly? How many years of spirit ring to bestow, or even not bestowing a spirit ring to those whose faith is not devout, isn't that all up to you? Right now, across the entire Douluo continent, with a population of nearly 200 million, the power of faith generated needs to be accounted for separately. First, take a portion out to bestow as God-bestowed spirit rings. By constantly manifesting divinity among mortals like this, your believers will grow in number, and their faith in you will become even more devout. As the population grows and the number of spirit masters increases, the power of faith will grow explosively. You will be able to invest even more power of faith. This is a virtuous cycle. Living within your means doesn't mean you should squander the power of faith. It must not affect your own cultivate. Qin Tian explained in detail. The more Qian Runshui thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. As expected of Brother Tian, he could solve any difficulty. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she stared at Qin Tian for a long time. How was Brother Tian's brain grown? Why couldn't she think of that herself? Right, with God-bestowed spirit rings, what about the spirit beast? Qian Runshui suddenly thought of a question. Naturally, they will all be purified, just like in the ocean, leaving only spirit beast under 1,000 years old to breed and grow. All those over 1,000 years will be purified to contribute to the power of faith. Moreover, without human hunting, spirit beast will definitely grow faster. The spirit beast within the holy light world will become more and more numerous. You can also head to the ocean next to evolve all the remaining spirit beast over 1,000 years on the entire Douluo planet. Humans hunting spirit beast was only natural. Furthermore, these spirit beast could contribute power of faith, adding bricks and tiles to the growth of the holy light world. Am I too kind? I didn't even exterminate the spirit beast species, allowing them to multiply infinitely. Qin Tian grinned, revealing teeth as white as porcelain. Qian Runshui actually replied seriously, Brother Tian, you appear ruthless, but you actually possess a heart of fairness, justice, and kindness. Otherwise, how could you become the master of the holy light world? She looked serious, gold light flashing in her eyes. Brother Tian was nearly perfect in her heart. Wise, powerful, omnipotent. And of course, handsome. This point was the most important. Her eyes were full of only Qin Tian. Qin Tian's face darkened. Are you mocking me or praising me? Do you have any idea how tempting that innocent look of yours is? With no other choice, Qin Tian rolled over, heat rising in his body, and began to toss and turn again. From then on, the Empress stopped holding morning court. She wanted to accompany Brother Tian. Until the two of them had spent a honeymoon as inseparable as glue and lacquer. Only then did they begin to transform the Douluo continent according to their discussed plan. Qian Runshui issued one divine oracle after another. First, she dispatched troops to set up checkpoints at various spirit hunting forests and the Star Do Great Forest, prohibiting spirit masters from hunting spirit beast. Then, she announced the order regarding the god-bestowed spirit ring. As long as spirit masters believed in the angel god, they could all obtain a customized spirit ring. There was no need to hunt spirit beast, no need to take risks, and it was still the spirit ring most suitable for their own spirit. After the divine oracle descended, the entire continent instantly boiled over. In the west of the empire, Fasinuo province. Saint Spirit Village, a village as small as it could possibly be. There were over 300 households in the entire village, and there were countless such small villages on the continent. It was the most basic composition of the Douluo continent. Today was the annual awakening day for Saint Spirit Village. It had been lively since the morning. In the center of the village stood an angel temple, already bustling with noise, with many parents bringing their children of appropriate age here. On the open space in front of the temple, the village head, Old Jack, bowed respectfully to a middle-aged man. Respected spirit master, I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. I heard you have been promoted to Deputy Hall Master of the Nuoding City Spirit Hall branch. Thank you for the trouble of conducting the awakening this time. Old Jack was very old, but he was still living healthily. All right, Old Jack, no need to be polite. If it weren't for the divine oracle of the noble, beautiful, wise, righteous, and kind angel god, I wouldn't be willing to come to your small mountain village. The holy light of the angel god shines upon us. Spirit masters will be blessed from now on, they will never have to take risks to hunt spirit beast again. The middle-aged man in front of him was none other than Su Yuntao, known as the blind Douluo. As he spoke, he faced the angel statue in front of the angel temple. His expression was very devout. Thinking of his own innate level 2 spirit power, although he had joined the spirit hall, when he was breaking through to spirit master, spirit grandmaster, and spirit elder. The 3 times he hunted for a spirit ring, it was with the help of the Spirit Hall Senior, and he had narrowly escaped death, expending a great deal of effort. One must know that every year, many spirit masters die while absorbing spirit rings due to misjudging the age of the spirit beast. It's so good now, no need to hunt spirit beast anymore. When the divine oracle descended, the 4 words, God-bestowed spirit ring, shocked all spirit masters. Moreover, a god-bestowed spirit ring could grant the inheritor the spirit ability they needed the most. The spirit ring age was also the most suitable for the spirit master to the greatest extent. Su Yuntao just wanted to shout that the angel god was the eternal god in his heart. From that moment on, he, Su Yuntao, completely believed in the angel god. He was willing to dedicate everything to the angel god. Even his wife, Cici, could not compare to the position of the angel god in his heart. Su Yuntao stood devoutly in front of the angel statue. He wanted to pray to the angel god first. The raging holy fire burns my remnant body. What is the joy in living, and what is the suffering in death? To do good and eliminate evil, only for the sake of the light. Believe in the angel, and enjoy eternal life. Great angel god, please bless me to break through the bottleneck of spirit ancestor. I am willing to dedicate my life to you, to proclaim the holy light of the angel. Su Yuntao muttered his prayer continuously. He had been stuck in the bottleneck between level 39 and level 40 for 3 years. Theoretically, with innate level 2 spirit power, being able to cultivate to this level was already a heaven-sent gift, possessing great luck. But who didn't have some extravagant hopes? He, Su Yuntao, also wanted to become a spirit ancestor. To become an expert, he placed his hopes entirely on the protection of the angel god. Although old Jack was very curious about how to obtain a spirit ring without hunting spirit beast, he dared not disturb Su Yuntao's prayer. Su Yuntao was already a big shot he could come into contact with. Back when Su Yuntao was a spirit master and spirit grandmaster, he had always been helping the surrounding villages with awakening. Later, he heard that he had broken through the bottleneck of level 29 spirit grandmaster and became a powerful spirit elder, and was appointed as the deputy hall master of the Nuoding City Spirit Hall branch. He had never come again since then. He didn't expect to see Su Yuntao again this time. How wonderful it would be if a spirit master like Su Yuntao could appear in the village. Old Jack thought to himself. He thought of that drunkard father and son again. It was a pity about that Tang San, blue-silver grass with innate level 10 spirit power. He didn't know where he had gone. After graduating from the Nuoding City Spirit Master Academy, he had never returned. He sighed. He hoped that another spirit master would appear in this awakening. After a long time, Su Yuntao finished his prayer. He looked at the surrounding villagers, and suddenly, anger welled up in him. This was in front of the angel temple. What kind of chaotic mess was this? There wasn't even a hint of devotion in their eyes, they were simply heretics. If not for the angel god being kind and just, every one of them would have to suffer divine punishment. He was going to proclaim the power of holy light. Chapter 51, Advance, Su Yuntao. Silence. A cyan light emanated from Su Yuntao's body, instantly enveloping the entire scene. The formidable aura caused everyone to quiet down. Old Jack, call all the villagers here. Su Yuntao commanded. He would not allow any villagers to fail to piously worship the angel god. Yes, my lord. Old Jack did not know why Su Yuntao was angry. He hurriedly instructed a few villagers to go in different directions to call the others. Call everyone who hasn't arrived yet. It was quiet in front of the angel temple, and the villagers waited somewhat uneasily for Su Yuntao's next move. The village was not large, with over 300 households and a total population of less than 2,000. Soon, everyone had gathered. Su Yuntao revealed an excited expression. Face the angel god and line up neatly. Using his spirit power to project an intimidating presence, he had these ignorant villagers line up. It took quite a while to finish. He made the villagers stand in neat rows. Anything less than neatness was disrespectful to the angel god. Su Yuntao stood at the very front, feeling a great sense of accomplishment. O noble, great, beautiful, wise, righteous, and benevolent angel god. Forgive their sins, they are ignorant. When they feel the holy light, they will surely piously worship and respect you. Su Yuntao began to pray toward the statue of the angel god. He did not demand the villagers pray, he wanted to lead by example and influence them. He believed that given his status, the villagers would follow his lead. Forcing these people to pray was not faith. That would be blasphemy against the angel god, and the angel god did not need those who did not believe in her to pretend to pray. Su Yuntao was very firm in his heart. Su Yuntao kept praying without stopping. Seeing Su Yuntao's serious demeanor, the villagers behind him immediately became earnest. Su Yuntao was a big shot, after all. Imitating Su Yuntao, they unconsciously recited the prayer known throughout the entire continent. The blazing holy fire burns my mortal body, what joy is there in life, what bitterness in death. To do good and eliminate evil, only for the sake of the light, worship the angel, and attain eternal life. With the establishment of the angel temple, everyone had learned this phrase. For a time, the entire square was filled with the sound of synchronized prayer. Wisps of power of faith descended upon the statue of the angel god. If Qin Tian were here, he would surely be able to see the white light of faith gathering on the statue of the angel god. It made the statue of the angel god appear even more sacred. It seemed to be emitting a white radiance. These 1,000 villagers had never seen such a scene, and their piety increased countless times over. Su Yuntao did not stop until after half an hour of prayer. He looked back and saw that many of the villagers had been moved by him. Joy immediately filled his heart. He felt he had done his best for the angel god. Children who are here for the awakening today, line up. Let's begin the spirit awakening. Only then did Su Yuntao remember that the purpose of his visit was the awakening. In fact, as a deputy hall master, his main reason for visiting various villages for spirit awakening was to inspect the state of faith in the angel god in each village. As expected, upon seeing this, there were still too many ignorant villagers. The power of holy light still needed to be spread further. While pondering, his hands did not slow down, and he began the awakening for each child one by one. Spirit, Ho, no spirit power. Spirit, Straw, no spirit power. Spirit, Blue silver grass, no spirit power. Spirit, Wild chicken, no spirit power. Spirit, Porcupine, oh, innate rank 3 spirit power. Just when Su Yuntao and Old Jack were about to lose hope, a child with spirit power finally appeared. And the innate spirit power was even higher than his own. To think there is innate rank 3 spirit power. The porcupine has a certain amount of attack and defense ability you can completely cultivate through meditation. You will become a spirit master. Little guy, what is your name? Su Yuntao was somewhat excited. He had finally encountered someone who didn't have a useless spirit and actually had spirit power. He looked at the somewhat sturdy child before him. It actually matched the porcupine quite well. My name is Xiao Yi, uncle. The sturdy boy was so excited that his snot was almost running down. Becoming a spirit master was like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. It would completely change his social status. Xiao Yi, not bad, that's a good name. Old Jack, your village is doing well this year. This is a beast spirit with innate rank 3 spirit power. Your village is about to produce a spirit master. Su Yuntao patted Old Jack on the shoulder. Old Jack's wrinkled face was beaming so much that his eyes were invisible. Su Yuntao smiled indifferently and continued the awakening for the remaining children. Until the last child finished the awakening, no one else appeared with innate spirit power. However, Su Yuntao was no longer disappointed. It was quite good for a village to produce even one. The cyan light of the lone wolf on his body gradually receded, and he prepared to withdraw his spirit manifestation. Suddenly, his heart stirred. An excited expression appeared on his face. He felt that the bottleneck of his spirit had loosened. Could it be? Su Yuntao hurriedly sat cross-legged, maintaining the lone wolf spirit manifestation state. His eyes had already turned into the iconic, eerie green of a lone wolf. The sharp claws on his 10 fingers extended again. Like sharp blades, they emitted a cold glint. 3 halos, white, yellow, and purple spirit rings, rose up, pulsing rhythmically. Cyan light flickered on Su Yuntao's face. Clearly, the energy within his body was fluctuating violently. Do not approach the battle spirit. Master. The battle spirit master is cultivating. Old Jack gently waved his hand to the surrounding villagers, telling them to stay away. Su Yuntao's appearance was truly a bit frightening. The energy fluctuations were also quite intense. The villagers obediently moved away, all looking at Su Yuntao with curiosity. This was a rare sight of a spirit master cultivating. Su Yuntao's cyan glow lasted for a full half hour. It only calmed down afterward. I'm rank 40, I'm rank 40. Thank you for the angel god's protection. I am willing to sacrifice everything for you. Su Yuntao laughed wildly. He really hadn't expected to have a breakthrough while presiding over the awakening this time. Just then, the angel statue in front of him emitted a golden light. Pious believer, your piety has moved me. I bestow upon you one God-bestowed spirit ring, and your spirit power rank shall increase by 5. You are my loyal believer and shall receive my protection. Advance, Su Yuntao. A female voice emanated from the angel statue. Immediately afterward, the angel statue shone with brilliant holy light, illuminating the entire village and covering it in a layer of golden radiance. All the villagers turned into little golden figures. Su Yuntao, at the very front, was so excited he was speechless. Tears flowed from his eyes like rain, falling incessantly. He had lost all sense of feeling. He was completely engulfed in ecstasy. The angel god has seen me, the angel god knows I am loyal. He kept muttering these 2 sentences. Chapter 52, 6 Great Beast Kings. In the eyes of old Jack and the others, a golden ring descended from the sky and landed on Su Yuntao. The golden ring continuously merged into Su Yuntao's body. Above his white, yellow, and purple spirit rings, another purple spirit ring appeared. Then, an even crazier moment arrived. Golden light flashed repeatedly on Su Yuntao's body, and his spirit power rank directly reached rank 45. A miracle, a miracle. This time, all the villagers prostrated themselves on the ground. Not a single villager questioned the holy light of the angel god. From the depths of their hearts, they had completely come to believe in the angel god. Old Jack's gray beard trembled continuously. To have witnessed a miracle in his lifetime, he could die without regrets. Su Yuntao was immersed in the pleasure of his increased strength, unwilling to wake up for a long time. The god-bestowed spirit ring had been announced by a divine oracle. However, regarding the god-bestowed spirit power rank increase, the higher-ups in Spirit Hall had not given any notice. It seemed that his devotion had truly moved the angel god, which was why he had received the angel god's favor. Rank 45. He hadn't dared to even think about it before. There was a time when he thought he would remain at rank 39 for his entire life. He didn't expect that he would now directly advance to rank 45, the spirit ancestor stage. He was only 5 ranks away from becoming a spirit king. Could I, Su Yuntao, actually become a spirit king in this lifetime? If Qian knew his thoughts, he would probably say, be a bit bolder, you might even become the blind Douluo. Su Yuntao couldn't help but think, after returning to Nuoding City, how much of a sensation would his god-bestowed spirit ring and spirit power rank increase cause? How much would Cici love me then? Before, Cici used to complain that I couldn't break through to spirit ancestor. In the future, I will break through to spirit king and show her. She won't look down on me anymore, right? Su Yuntao felt that he was about to rise. I will continue to spread the holy light of the angel god, and I will dedicate my entire life to the angel god. Su Yuntao thought firmly. Spirit City. The peak of Pope Mountain. Qian Runshui stood here alone, her gaze profound as she watched over the entire continent. Su Yuntao, an interesting person. I hope you continue to spread the angel's holy light. She smiled slightly and shifted her gaze. She used her divine thought to perceive the angel temples in various places across the continent. These angel temples were her eyes. The power of faith accumulated within them, combined with her powerful divine thought, formed a dense grid that covered the entire continent. Spirit masters who needed a spirit ring only needed to pray before an angel statue. She would be able to sense it, and then decide the age of the spirit ring to bestow based on the spirit master's faith and talent. In fact, Su Yuntao had not relied on his own strength to break through to rank 40. It was Qian Runshui's doing. For Qian Runshui, it was a mere trifle, just a slight invocation of divine force. For devout believers like Su Yuntao, she wanted to provide support. She believed that with Su Yuntao's improvement, it would cause a sensation in Nuoding City. The power of faith for the angel god would naturally come rolling in. Of course, she didn't only act for Su Yuntao. In the territory of the former Spirit Empire, there were even more devout believers. Qian Runshui was constantly taking action. The entire continent had fallen into a craze of believing in the angel god. Because when it came to the angel god, she really helped when there was trouble. When believers encountered difficulties, she really helped. Of course, the prerequisite was that you were a devout believer, a believer who could contribute the power of faith to the angel god. And not just superficial, fake faith. Through the power of faith, no one could escape Qian Runshui's eyes. Governing the Douluo continent, collecting the power of faith, and advancing to the God-King realm as soon as possible. Qian Runshui was serious. It is time to set off for the ocean to continue purifying the spirit beasts. Moreover, Brother Tian mentioned that in addition to the Douluo continent, there are 3 other continents on Douluo planet that also need to be unified. There is still so much to do. Qian Runshui was full of fighting spirit. Star Do Great Forest. Lake of Life. The emerald green lake water was filled with a rich aura of life. In the deepest part of the lake, there was an independent space. 6 figures gradually floated up. The figure at the very front was shrouded in black light. It was a tall and handsome middle-aged man. This middle-aged man had black hair that slid down both sides of his head and scattered over his shoulders, revealing a wild and unrestrained posture. His dark purple eyes flashed with light, as if he was investigating something. Beside him were 3 men and 2 women. Among them, the most dazzling was a female figure covered in purple-black scales, with round breasts and straight, slender legs. The woman was like the wildest enchantress, with large patches of snow-white skin on her shoulders and neck, along with that bottomless cleavage. Her purple-black hair was draped behind her, moving without wind and naturally rippling down both sides of her body. What does that angel god want to do, actually sending an army to surround the Douluo Great Forest? The woman's face was frosty, and a purple scale on her forehead continuously emitted a halo of light. The halo was like a light wave, rippling over and over again near the Douluo Great Forest. Xunji, withdraw your divine thought, the angel god could appear at any moment. The handsome middle-aged man in the lead said in a deep voice. The curvaceous Xunji somewhat reluctantly extinguished the purple halo on her forehead. She was the clan chief of the Hell Demon Dragon clan and one of the most powerful vicious beasts in the Douluo Great Forest. But the handsome middle-aged man in front of her far exceeded her in terms of status, bloodline, and strength. She had no choice but to obey. This handsome middle-aged man was naturally the beast god Dtian, known as the beast god. Wan Yao, what have you discovered? Dtian looked at one of the 3 men, who was thin and withered. This man's skin was dry and shriveled, and the whole person looked like a withered tree, filled with an eerie aura, his eyes flashing with a faint green light. Looking closely, there were countless tree shadows in his eyes. This was another vicious beast, the Wan Yao King, the strongest plant-type spirit beast, who ruled over most of the plant spirit beasts in the Douluo Great Forest. Wan Yao King did not answer directly. After a long while, the tree shadows in his eyes disappeared, but the skin on his thin, withered face wrinkled even more tightly. I received a message at a human supply town on the outskirts of the Douluo Great Forest. The angel god issued a divine oracle that spirit masters will no longer need to hunt spirit beasts to obtain the god-bestowed spirit ring she grants. Spirit masters who came to hunt spirit beasts were all required to leave and go to the angel temple to pray. Wan Yao King said, pondering. This angel god has a compassionate heart, wouldn't that make things better for our spirit beast race? A strong man standing nearby, with curly red hair, and even his eyebrows and beard being red, said. Nonsense, Kai Wang, use your brain, will you? She is a human who became a god. If our spirit beasts were completely useless, would she still keep us around? Without human hunting, how fast would spirit beasts develop? Sooner or later, they would overturn human survival. Do you think the angel god is a fool? Wan Yao King looked at him with disdain. This red-haired man was the 3-headed Kai demon mastiff, known as Kai Wang, also one of the kings of the Douluo Great Forest. After being scolded by Wan Yao King, Kai Wang's face turned even redder, but he had to admit that Wan Yao King's words made sense. He could not pin his hopes on the deity being a fool. Chapter 53, Meeting Dtian. This human deity does not have a shred of kindness or benevolence. The 3 human empires are at war. At Zijing Pass and Jialing Pass, the angel god unleashed a skill that made millions of soldiers disappear instantly. I suspect she has a spatial skill, similar to a devouring method, that devoured these millions of people to increase her own strength. She is so cruel to humans, not to mention as spirit beasts. We are in danger. Another woman among the 2 sighed with worry. This woman was known as Bai Ji. She wore a water-green long dress, had a well-proportioned figure, was extremely beautiful, and her expression was very gentle, making people feel very close to her at first glance. Although she was a vicious beast, she was a very special one. Her race was the Emerald Swan, belonging to the healing type, filled with powerful life force. Bai Ji lived up to her life spirit power. She possessed a compassionate temperament, was full of pity for weak spirit beasts, and often healed injured spirit beasts. Among the spirit beasts of the Douluo Great Forest, she held great prestige. At worst, we fight her to the death. Even if we die, we must destroy a few of her cities. I don't believe that by combining the strength of us few, we can't cause damage to the humans. The last man among these 6 spoke. This man looked the most robust among the 6, with a large bald head and a face full of flesh. Below his head, he was covered in a layer of thick, dark golden fur, and his arms were exceptionally long, reaching past his knees. He had a fierce expression and a warlike appearance. This was naturally Shang Jun, whose true form was the dark gold terraclaw bear. He possessed the bloodline of a behemoth, had powerful strength, and was warlike. These 6 figures were hidden from the world. The various factions of the Douluo continent had never even heard of these few vicious beasts. But in reality, they were the true rulers of the Star Do Great Forest. They were the Black Dragon King Dtn, the Hell Demon Dragon King Zg, the Dark Gold Terraclaw Bear Shang Jun, the Demon Eye Demon Tree Wan Yao King, the 3-headed Red Demon Mastiff Kai Wang, and the Emerald Swan Clan Chief Bai Ji. Because of Qian Runshui's ascension to godhood, they had been gathering beneath the Lake of Life, scouting for changes on the continent. 2 years had passed, and Qian Runshui's actions had interfered with the Star Do Great Forest for the first time. This caused the 6 great beast kings to hold a meeting. A great battle once occurred over the West Sea, and the auras of at least 4 deities appeared. One was the sea god, and the other 2 auras were similar, both possessing the power of Asura. The most intense fighting was between the Asura divine force and the angel divine power. It should be that the angel god achieved victory. But I did not sense the fall of the other deities. In the 2 years since, the angel god has not headed to the god realm, but instead seems to be managing the Douluo continent. I speculate that this involves a dispute between the angel god and the Asura god of the god realm. Our spirit beast clan is very likely to suffer from this unprovoked disaster. Dtn shook his head. His strength had already reached the level of a demigod, and he had mastered a certain amount of spatial power, making him most sensitive to various auras. He had almost guessed the entire truth. And what he worried about most was the god realm setting its sights on the Douluo continent. The master was still in this space, recuperating. It would take at least another 10 or 20,000 years for her injuries to recover. Whether it was the investigation of the god realm or the angel god staying on the Douluo planet, the master was in danger of being exposed. Finding out the purpose of this angel god. That is the most important thing. If she really has a conflict with the Asura god of the god realm, the enemy of an enemy might not be unable to become a friend. Dtn pondered in his heart, but did not say it out loud. This space is shielded by the master, so even a god cannot discover it. You all should not go out during this period, just stay within this small world. I will go and investigate first. Dtn instructed the 5 vicious beasts. These people naturally knew the gravity of the situation and all nodded. A spatial rift appeared beside Dtn. He did not hesitate, drilled into it, and disappeared without a trace. Mastering spatial power was his confidence in daring to walk on the continent. Deep in a desolate mountain range, the deep forest was like an ancient secret realm. Towering giant trees rose from the ground, but they could not cover the steepness of the mountains. Qin Tian stood on the peak of the mountain, his face serious. Divine force surged, covering the entire void realm. His divine thought probed out, having already passed through the atmosphere, searching for something inch by inch. Half a day passed, and everything was as usual. He had found nothing. The Dragon Valley is a small world attached to the Douluo planet, vast inside. With my own divine thought, I should definitely be able to find it. Could it be that I have to make a trip to that other continent? Qin Tian also knew that the later Tang sect had set the entrance to the Dragon Valley on the later Star Luo continent. But according to Qin Tian's understanding, that was just an entrance. One could also say a spatial node was set there. The real Dragon Valley is an independent small world near the Douluo planet. He should also be able to sense it on the Douluo continent. But months had passed, and he had searched most of the continent without finding it. If I still can't find it, I can only go to the other continent to try my luck. Qin Tian pondered. He must obtain the mountain dragon king's torso bone. Moreover, the heart of the dragon god is there, a super divine artifact condensed from the origin power after the dragon god fell. He could not let the Silver Dragon King benefit from it. After completely reshaping his body with the Mountain Dragon King's torso bone, he would go to the Stardo Great Forest. Someone. Qin Tian's eyes moved, staring at a certain place in the Void Realm. A middle-aged handsome guy. Crossing through space to come here, who is this? This middle-aged man discovered Qin Tian. The two looked at each other, and sparks seemed to flash. Both discovered the aura of the Dragon Clan on the other. Who are you? Why do you have the aura of a Dragon King on you? A cold light flashed in the handsome middle-aged man's eyes. The person in front of him didn't look old, but his aura was deep. Could it be that he obtained a Dragon King's spirit bone somewhere? If so, he would have to take action to take back the Dragon Clan's belongings. My name is Qin Tian, remember that. You are the Black Dragon King Tian, right? It truly took no effort to find you. At a time like this, you still dare to walk on the continent. Are you trying to spy on the angel god's actions? Qin Tian laughed. With this appearance, plus the dark aura and spatial aura on this middle-aged man, how could he not recognize the other's identity? He was just thinking about going to the Stardo Great Forest. And now he had run into Tian. Tian was shocked. This youth didn't look very old. But before he came out of the spatial rift, his divine thought could not detect his existence at all. Finally, he relied on his naked eye to discover him. And the other party called out his identity in one breath. It was as if his tone was looking forward to seeing him. Tian sensed Qin Tian's unfathomable appearance. He had a power on him that made him fearful. He was drumming in his heart. Could it be a god just formed by humans? That's not right. That deity was the angel god, a female. The person in front of him was clearly not. However, on this Qin Tian, besides the Dragon Clan aura, there was also a holy aura similar to the angel god. He must have a connection with the angel god. Chapter 54, Cooperation with the Dragon Clan. What is your relationship with the angel god? Tian asked coldly. The angel god is my wife. Are you satisfied with that answer? Since you know of the angel god's existence, yet you still dare to appear, I must say, you have quite a lot of nerve. Qin Tian looked at Tian mockingly. Wife. Tian was stunned. The angel god's lover. His divine thought immediately began to probe the surroundings. A black cloud appeared, constantly scanning the area. If the angel god were also here, he would be finished. Facing a god, he was no match. He had specifically chosen a desolate place through a spatial rift, but he hadn't expected to run into Qin Tian. Rest assured, Shuiye is not here. You still haven't answered my question. Are you trying to spy on the angel god's actions? Qin Tian asked calmly. Tian indeed did not detect Qian Runshui's presence and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. How would I dare to spy on a deity? I only wanted to understand the angel god's plans and how she intends to treat my spirit beast clan. The great battle in the Western Sea previously seemed to involve the Asura god. If the angel god and the Asura god are enemies, perhaps we could cooperate. The Asura god is one of the 5 great god kings of the god realm and also the god king with the strongest attack power. Dealing with the Asura god is not easy. Besides, you appeared here, seemingly searching for something. There is nothing on this Douluo planet that I do not know. I can help you search for it. Tian thought for a moment and decided to be more candid. After all, he was in a weak position. Actually, it was mainly for his master, who was currently recovering from injuries. It would take at least 10 to 20,000 years for her injuries to heal. If he could reach a cooperation agreement with a deity, their safety would greatly increase. At the same time, he also wanted to probe the nature of the relationship between the angel god and the god realm. Qin Tian was taken aback. Tian actually took the initiative to propose cooperation. His brain raced. According to his original plan, the 6 great beast kings of the Stardo Great Forest were all to be brought into the Holy Light world to contribute the power of faith. That included the Silver Dragon King, Yuina. Would cooperation maximize his benefits? Dealing with the Asura god, or even the god realm, was already in his plans. And Tian and his lot were indeed a force, but restricted by the rules of the god realm. The strongest they could be was a demigod. By the way, with the help of the holy light world, could he break through to the realm of a god? Not to mention the other great beasts. Just take DTN's status, clan chief of the Black Dragon King clan, former personal guard of the Dragon God, and one of the original 9 great Dragon Kings. Once he regained his strength, he would be a powerhouse. And the Silver Dragon King, whose peak strength was that of a god king, if she were to completely shake off all restrictions and increase her strength, how powerful could she become? But even if they cooperated, it had to be on his terms. Given the personalities of the Silver Dragon King and DTN, would they ever agree? Qin Tian decided to test the waters. DTN, you say you are the most familiar with the Douluo planet. I am searching for a place called the Dragon Valley, that is the place where the dragon corpses were buried after the fall of the Dragon clan. I need some treasures from within. Qin Tian said calmly. You actually know of the Dragon Valley's existence. The Dragon Valley can also be called the Dragon Graveyard. That is the forbidden land of the Dragon clan. How could we possibly allow a human to enter? I suspect you are after the spirit bones within. You have the aura of the water and fire dragon kings on you. Could it be that you found their corpses and obtained their dragon bones? DTN's expression was gloomy. The Dragon clan had truly fallen. Humans were now so brazen and unashamed about hunting for Dragon clan spirit bones. In the future, his master's recovery of strength would definitely require the Dragon Graveyard. He could not possibly take Qin Tian there. Qin Tian chuckled. You guessed correctly, I did indeed find the bodies of the water and fire dragon kings and absorbed 2 spirit bones. You won't even let me enter the Dragon Valley, so how can we talk about cooperation? If I am not mistaken, at most, you can only borrow the legacy of the Dragon God to exert the strength of a demigod. You were able to find the Dragon Valley, and I am capable of exerting divine rank strength. Even if you don't tell me, I can still find it. Since you want to know the angel god's plans regarding spirit beasts, I will tell you. From now on, all spirit beasts over 1,000 years old are to be sacrificed to the angel god to contribute the power of faith. How about that? Qin Tian stated directly. As soon as the words fell, DTN moved. Amidst a humming sound, a black cloud appeared, obscuring DTN's figure. The sky for tens of thousands of square meters around them began to vibrate violently. The sky seemed to be tearing apart, and a distinct, pitch-black rift appeared. With the rift circling around, DTN's eyes turned cold. Even if they were to cooperate, his dragon clan had dignity. He, DTN, also had dignity. He wanted an equal cooperation, not a subservient one. This Qin Tian, and that angel god, were so cruel. He was full of life qi. A spatial skill, quite clever. This must be the confidence that allows you to walk about even though you know there are gods on the continent. Qin Tian's expression became stern. Angel light slash. Qin Tian wanted to test his own strength. Although he did not have a god position, in terms of the power he controlled, he was definitely at the divine rank. A god with a god position is equivalent to mastering a certain power of rules, just like how Qian Runshui can utilize the power of the sun, and Bibi Dong can utilize all the evil thoughts and resentment in the world. It completely surpasses the divine force within their own bodies. This is the function of a god position. Although Qin Tian did not have a god position, he had the support of the holy light world, and his divine force was endless. To what extent could his combat power reach? The divine force within Qin Tian surged out, transforming into pure holy light flames. The light flames condensed, and at the same time, an extreme heat from his left arm spirit bone was added to these flames. Fire clouds burned in the sky, and a sword of flame slashed towards the rift surrounding DTN. This seemingly ordinary sword strike made DTN's expression turn gloomy. The Fire Dragon King's spirit bone, and the power of holy light similar to the angel god. This time he was convinced, Qin Tian had not lied to him. DTN took a deep look at Qin Tian. Regardless of how strong this kid was, he had a god standing behind him. The angel god could arrive at any moment. Why bother fighting? Run. He was full of life qi, but even more rational. In his perception, the angel god's combat power had defeated another deity, and that deity had used asura power. From this, one could see the strength of the angel god. He, DTN, had no confidence in fighting. He did not want to experience the speed of a deity. Space guidance. He didn't even bother with harsh words, he just wanted to leave. The pitch-black spatial rift continued to shrink and was about to disappear completely. Even DTN's figure was fading. He stared fixedly at Qin Tian, wanting to remember Qin Tian's appearance. Wanting to run. You are the beast god DTN, how can you be such a coward? Qin Tian was speechless. They hadn't even fought for 300 rounds yet, why were they already running? He was not familiar with spatial power, but he had the holy light world. Qin Tian's mind stirred. The holy light world emitted a white light, gradually manifesting, intending to overlap with the real world. Once it completely covered this patch of sky, the space where DTN was located would naturally be enveloped as well. Once inside the holy light world and sealed within, it would be a separate space. Qin Tian was convinced that DTN's spatial skills could not tear through the space of the holy light world. Chapter 55, Silver Dragon King takes action. Crack, crack, crack. A teeth-grinding friction sound came from the void realm. It was as if space itself was rubbing together. DTN only felt that the surrounding space had become much more solid. His space guidance skill was an incredibly powerful spatial escape technique. It was also a spirit ability he had created himself based on spatial power, connecting countless spatial nodes with spatial rifts. It allowed him to use spatial power to reach the location of these spatial nodes at any time. But at this moment, DTN only felt that the surrounding space was being cut off. You go too far. DTN roared, and an overbearing intent that dominated the world burst forth. He pointed his right hand at Qin Tian. Suddenly, within a range of 1,000 meters in diameter around the mountaintop where Qin Tian stood, one purple bubble after another appeared, and they exploded rapidly after appearing, forming a purple tornado that surrounded Qin Tian. The corrosive power of the dark element. Qin Tian pointed his fingers repeatedly, and vast amounts of the power of holy light formed shields, one after another, revolving around his body. This prevented these purple storms from advancing even an inch after approaching him. But he was not satisfied with this, the holy light shields continuously expanded outward, gradually pushing these purple storms back toward DTN's side, bit by bit. The entire sky was veiled in a layer of holy radiance. But if Beast God DTN only had these tricks, then he would not deserve to be the Beast God. The joints of DTN's right hand rapidly grew thicker, and immediately after, scales emerged one by one. It actually transformed into a dragon claw. Dragon God Claw. As soon as the Dragon God Claw appeared, it seemed to carry a divine rank majesty, and DTN also transformed into a massive black dragon. Strictly speaking, the Dragon God Claw was not DTN's skill, but rather divine rank. Energy bestowed upon DTN by the Dragon God. However, limited by DTN's current strength, he could only exert it to the level of a demigod. This was also the first time DTN had unleashed the Dragon God Claw with all his might. He concentrated all the energy in his body, intending to unleash the Dragon God Claw in its strongest state. It was infinitely close to a god. DTN's right hand emitted a golden radiance, while the tips of the Dragon God Claw flickered with a 7-colored halo. 7 colors, this was the color of the Dragon God. The 7 colors contained the power of 7 elements: water, fire, earth, wind, light, darkness, and space. They were displayed in an extremely chaotic state, filled with immense destructive power. The sky was torn apart. At the end of the tear was none other than Qin Tian. Not enough, the gap in strength between you and me is too great. The Dragon God Claw, you cannot unleash its original power at all right now. Qin Tian smiled indifferently. Although DTN's skill was powerful, the power of holy light he controlled was of the divine rank. It was a qualitative difference. He still met it with his holy light shields. The Dragon God Claw struck the shields, leaving only a few marks. It could not destroy these shields. DTN was already somewhat panicked. The person before him could render his strongest attack futile with a casual skill. Moreover, when he unleashed the Dragon God Claw, he had used a portion of its power for the space guidance skill. He intended to connect to the Lake of Life in the Star Do Great Forest. From the first strike, he knew he was no match for Qin Tian. Qin Tian was exerting divine rank strength. And the strongest strength he could exert was merely that of a demigod. He had to run, but he discovered in horror that the surrounding space had almost completely solidified. That was because the spatial rifts he had used to protect himself had been shattered by the opening and closing of the holy light world. His body was being pulled into the holy light world. Haha, DTN, this is the strength of the divine rank, despair. As long as you believe in the angel god, your strength will only grow stronger in the future, and I will help you avenge the dragon clan. Qin Tian laughed loudly, but the next moment, he felt a silver light appear in his field of vision. The light was not intense, it merely covered DTN's body. Then, DTN disappeared. Qin Tian's expression changed, to be able to save someone from his own holy light world. It must be the Silver Dragon King. Qin Tian, since you are so clear about the affairs of the Dragon Clan, you must also know about the war of the Dragon God back then. My name is Silver Dragon King. The spirit beasts of the Stardow Great Forest are under my protection. If you have some leisure time, please come to the Stardow Great Forest with the Angel God for a chat. An indifferent female voice reached Qin Tian's ears. The sky completely returned to calm. Qin Tian's expression shifted slightly. The Silver Dragon King's strength was truly formidable to be able to rescue DTN so easily. Just what level was the Silver Dragon King's strength at? Later on, the Silver Dragon King split off a human clone, and her strength remained in a split state, making it seem impossible to judge accurately. But from the fact that the Silver Dragon King was able to rescue DTN just now, and revealed her identity by mentioning the Stardow Great Forest, Qin Tian could tell how confident she was. Qin Tian naturally knew that the Silver Dragon King was in the Stardow Great Forest. But the Silver Dragon King did not know that he knew. Under these circumstances, the Silver Dragon King frankly stated that she was in the Stardow Great Forest. This showed that the Silver Dragon King had no fear. Actually, Qin Tian was still quite puzzled. When the Golden Dragon King, who had been sealed in the God realm, broke free, even though Tang San was already at the realm of a God King and possessed both the Sea God Trident and the Asura Demon Sword, these two super divine artifacts, he could not immediately kill the Golden Dragon King. It was only by joining forces with Ji Dong and Lai Yan and unleashing the Three Realms Judgment Sword that they were able to kill the Golden Dragon King. The Golden Dragon King's strength at that time had undoubtedly reached the God King level. It stood to reason that the Silver Dragon King and the Golden Dragon King were existences of the same level. Furthermore, the Golden Dragon King had been imprisoned in the God realm, while the Silver Dragon King had been free to recover her strength. Then shouldn't the Silver Dragon King's strength be even higher? At the very least, she should be a God King. But in reality, only her mental force displayed God King level mental force, and she controlled the formidable spatial power left behind by the Dragon God. She could save the day at critical moments. Her actual performance was far less dominant than the Golden Dragon King's. Of course, this was also because it was the Douluo continent. Once love is involved, strength is no longer reliable. Qin Tian could understand that. He rubbed his chin and pondered for a while. The Silver Dragon King must have some trump cards that could allow her to reach the combat power of a first-class god. And the spatial elements she controlled were very strong. This was the reason she did not fear deities. After all, the Asura god and the sea god had both been to the Douluo continent. And they had not stayed for a short time, either. Yet neither of them had been able to discover her existence. This also proved her strength. It's only interesting if she's stronger, perhaps I can make use of her. Qin Tian smiled. He directed his perception toward the Holy Light World. Just now, as the Holy Light World was about to envelop DTN, it had collided with DTN's spatial rifts. This gave Qin Tian a new idea. His Holy Light World was likewise an independent small world. It was an independent space. Although it was not attached to the Douluo planet, it could still appear on the Douluo continent. What if he used the Holy Light World to search for the Dragon Graveyard? When the Holy Light World came into contact with the Dragon Graveyard, there would definitely be a collision and friction of space. Wouldn't the Dragon Graveyard reveal itself then? The more Qin Tian thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He must obtain the Mountain Dragon King Spirit Bone. Qin Tian sat cross-legged on the ground and quickly took action. He had to find the dragon graveyard as soon as possible. Chapter 56, Dragon, Dragon God, Dragon Soul. Star Do Great Forest. Beneath the Lake of Life. A silver barrier had formed an independent space. A flash of silver light appeared, and DTN manifested there. The silver halo that had brought DTN back radiated around him, but there was no sign of the Silver Dragon King. DTN clearly knew it was the Silver Dragon King who had saved him. He was already kneeling on one knee, his face full of shame. "I apologize, Master. Your subordinate is incompetent for making you reveal yourself to save me. It is just that Qin Tian clearly possesses no god position, yet the strength he displayed was at the divine rank, and there was also a powerful angel god. I fear the spirit beasts of the Star Do Great Forest will be in danger, and I ask the Master to make a decision." In reality, he had long wanted to report the matter of the angel god to the Silver Dragon King. But he had also wanted to find out the angel god's intentions regarding the spirit beasts. That was why he had appeared on the continent. He had not expected that while he did find out, the ruthlessness of the angel god and Qin Tian in wanting to purge all spirit beasts over 1,000 years old still shocked him. At this moment, he could only pin his hopes on the Silver Dragon King. The gap between the other vicious beasts, including himself, and the gods was too great. DTN's expression was respectful as he waited for the Silver Dragon King's reply. "I am already fully aware of the angel god and Qin Tian. Just now, I invited the two of them to the Star Do Great Forest for a conversation. The angel god is very strong and has great ambition. Ambition can be utilized. Follow me to the dragon graveyard. The heart of the dragon god and the dragon god's dragon soul cannot be left to them." The Silver Dragon King's voice came through, calm and steady. It seemed she had not been affected at all. A trace of excitement appeared on DTN's face. The Master was not afraid of that angel god. Also, what is the Master's status? Why should he worry? With a flash of silver light, DTN disappeared from this space, and the 5 vicious beasts on the periphery of the space disappeared with him. When they appeared again, they were in a special void realm. The reason it was special was that the space here was constantly fluctuating. DTN looked at Shangjun, Ziji, Kai Wang, Wanyao King, and Baiji. "You all understand what to do, right?" DTN said in a deep voice. "Understood, let's move, boss." Kai Wang hummed with a buzzing sound, and the other 4 also nodded. DTN let out a long roar and transformed into a black giant dragon over 100 zhang long. The moment the black giant dragon appeared, this space shook violently. The most eye-catching part of the giant dragon was that pair of ink-black, scale-covered dragon claws. The dragon claws danced, causing a distinct pitch-black mark to appear. Roar. DTN let out a low growl. The dragon claws were as fast as lightning, piercing into a patch of the void realm, where another space lay. Only the back half of DTN's dragon claws remained, the front half had vanished, having entered the other space. "Attack!" Shang Jun shouted, light exploding in his eyes, and a dark golden spirit power rose up, also blasting into the spatial rift pierced by DTN's dragon claws. At the same time, 4 rays of light rose from the bodies of Wanyao King, Kai Wang, Baiji, and Ziji. Just like Shang Jun, they struck at the pitch-black spatial rift. The spatial rift expanded visibly to the naked eye. But it was not expanding without pattern. One could see DTN's 2 dragon claws stabilizing the scope of the spatial rift. A moment later, the rift had gradually stabilized, and the 5 vicious beasts other than DTN exchanged glances, transformed into rays of light, and rushed into the rift. This was their method for opening the dragon graveyard and stabilizing a passageway. While the spatial rift was maintained within a certain range, the 5 vicious beasts with slightly lower energy levels entered first. Working in coordination with DTN on the outside, they reinforced this passageway from both inside and outside simultaneously. Gathering the power of the 6 great beast kings, the immense energy solidified at the rift. Finally, the black giant dragon representing DTN leapt in and entered the dragon graveyard. Inside the dragon graveyard, DTN looked around at the entire desolate sky of the dragon graveyard and the dragon clouds formed by dragon soul energy. That massive head opened its mouth and inhaled, and the dragon clouds for several tens of square meters all turned into a stream of light and entered his mouth. The black dragon Dtn smacked his lips in satisfaction. Only then did he land beside the 5 vicious beasts. At this moment, the 5 vicious beasts were still exerting all their strength to unleash their spirit power, reinforcing that spatial rift. Dtn waved his hands, and 2 dark purple rays of light soared into the sky, injecting the final energy into this rift. They knew very well that the master's energy level was too high. If the spatial rift was not stable enough, it would cause this space to collapse directly when she passed through. A full quarter of an hour passed. Only then did Dtn nod in satisfaction. Respectfully welcome the master. The 6 of them shouted in unison. A silver light slowly appeared. Initially, it was extremely blurry, but as the silver light approached, her figure gradually became clear. This was a woman wearing a silver dress with a silver veil on her face. She moved lightly, landing without the slightest energy fluctuation. This was none other than the Silver Dragon King. She was very decisive about entering the dragon graveyard at this current stage. Because the aura within this small world was too immense, it contained the dragon god's dragon soul, the heart of the dragon god, and numerous spirit bones of the dragon clan. As long as they searched diligently, with the strength of the angel god and Qin Tian, they would definitely be able to find them. She had to arrive here one step ahead to take the things she needed. Dragon clouds, you all should absorb them as quickly as possible. The Silver Dragon King's gaze swept across all the clouds within the dragon graveyard. Once that Qin Tian arrives, they surely won't be safe. Dtn, leave some for that Qin Tian. The Silver Dragon King paused and then added, let's just show some sincerity for cooperation and see how they choose. A deep, profound light flashed in the Silver Dragon King's eyes. Yes, Master. Dtn and the others responded respectfully. The Silver Dragon King strolled through the space, gradually delving deeper into the dragon clan's graveyard. Around her, there were faint sounds of dragon roars. Those were the sounds of the dragon clan fighting. The Silver Dragon King's face beneath that silver veil was stern. Until she arrived at a place with dragon bones that was a full 1,000 meters away. The Mountain Dragon King's dragon bones. Qin Tian, this must be what you need. Your body is not complete, so how could you hide it from me? With the Water and Fire Dragon King's spirit bones as assistants, if you also have the Mountain Dragon King's spirit bone as a foundation, you could mold a perfect body. This must be the reason why you were so anxious to find the dragon graveyard. The Silver Dragon King murmured. She did not stop. A layer of silver halo rippled around her body, and she continued walking. Until a strong 7-colored halo lit up in the distance. The Silver Dragon King's figure quickly approached where that 7-colored halo was. That was a massive dragon soul. Just looking at its scale, the dragon soul was more than twice as large as the Mountain Dragon King's body. Its entire body shimmered with 7-colored light. Of course, this was only in the eyes of the Silver Dragon King. This was a dragon soul. In reality, this massive dragon soul was like a physical entity, with the scales on its body clearly visible. If an ordinary person saw it, they certainly would not think this was a dragon soul. They would likely think it was a powerful giant dragon. This was none other than the dragon god's remnant soul. Chapter 57, Silver Dragon King's Sincerity. This remnant soul of the dragon god held its massive head high, emitting an indescribable aura. This was the remaining soul of the dragon god. Naturally, it was also the predecessor of the Silver Dragon King. After all, the Silver Dragon King was just a part split off from the dragon god. If I want to take revenge for the dragon clan, I must devour the bloodline of the golden dragon, the heart of the dragon god, and the energy of the remnant soul before me. Only then can I reproduce the strength of the dragon god. It is just that the golden dragon is imprisoned by the god realm. How could it be easy to obtain the golden dragon's bloodline? With my identity, once I appear, I will become a target for the god realm to hunt down. I am afraid the god realm would exhaust all its power just to capture me. The Silver Dragon King shook her head. Let me absorb this soul energy first. She stepped forward, and instantly, thousands of colorful halos surged, and colorful chi currents swarmed into her body. The Silver Dragon King's aura skyrocketed geometrically. She had not come to absorb the soul energy before because her physical injuries had not yet fully recovered. Even now, they had not fully recovered. Her ambition was great. She wanted to wait until her injuries were completely healed before absorbing the dragon god's soul, which might allow her to leap across the bottleneck and become a god king. But now, both the angel god and Qin knew of this place's existence. She certainly could not wait any longer. She had to immediately absorb the soul energy here. The dragon god's soul here was the most precious thing in the dragon graveyard. It was a part of the dragon god's soul from when he was at his peak. And she, the silver dragon king, was determined to obtain it. She was split off from the dragon god, so there was absolutely no hindrance to merging with it. As that massive soul, over 1,000 zhang tall, gradually became weaker, the silver dragon king's body grew larger. First, the silver veil on her face turned into flying ashes, and the ribbon holding up her hair also disappeared. A head of long silver hair cascaded down like a waterfall, reaching her ankles. Her hair was like silver crystal, exceptionally beautiful. At the same time, her stunning face was revealed, her eyes filled with a touch of sorrow. Clearly, she was still immersed in the tragic ending of the dragon god. It was precisely this sorrowful gaze, combined with her purple eyes and fair skin, that displayed a peerless, breathtaking temperament. She closed her eyes, and her figure continued to expand. Finally, the silver dragon king let out a resounding dragon roar toward the sky. A silver giant dragon 1,000 meters tall appeared, and this giant dragon had wings. But after this giant dragon's body appeared, it revealed a shocking physique. One could see countless cracks on her silver scales, and some scales had even fallen to the ground. One could imagine what kind of injuries she had suffered before. But now, with the fusion of the dragon god's soul energy, these cracks were healing bit by bit. The dragon scales gradually became full of a glazed feeling, shining and glowing. The silver giant dragon happily circled the remnant soul of the dragon god once, gradually absorbing all the colorful energy. She had monopolized this soul energy, and its effect was so great that the silver dragon king's entire body of silver scales was covered in a colorful radiance. Her aura was so strong that she was like the ruler of the entire dragon graveyard. The souls of other members of the dragon clan were cheering and leaping for joy, as if the dragon god had returned. In the sky, clusters of dragon clouds representing soul energy swarmed toward the silver dragon king like moths to a flame. They were willing to sacrifice everything for the silver dragon king. The silver dragon king closed her eyes, enjoying the increase in her strength. Her silver dragon body continued to expand, until the dragon god's soul completely disappeared, leaving behind one gold and one silver rhombus-shaped crystal in its place. These two rhombus-shaped crystals floated in midair, rippling with a circle of colorful halos and emitting a gentle energy. A fervent look appeared in the silver dragon king's eyes. The next moment, her dragon claws grabbed the two rhombus-shaped crystals without hesitation. This was the heart of the dragon god, formed by the condensation of the essential power within the dragon god's body after he fell. Moreover, the golden one represented the golden dragon king. Most of the silver dragon king's fervent gaze remained on this golden heart of the dragon god. With this heart of the dragon god, I will definitely be able to master more of the dragon god's core power. The silver dragon king was very excited, although absorbing the soul energy early and obtaining the heart of the dragon god had disrupted her plan. The harvest still exceeded her expectations. The dragon god's legacy was too abundant. She glanced at the remaining dragon clouds still drifting in the sky, but she ignored them. With a flash, she appeared at the spatial rift where she had entered. Dtn and the others were cultivating. They had also absorbed a portion of the soul energy. My lord. Seeing the silver dragon king walk out, all 6 of them stood up. Let's go. The silver dragon king shouted coldly and shot into the sky, her right hand flicking out a beam of silver light. It actually stabilized this huge rift once more. This left Dtn and the others nearby very confused. My lord, that Qin is looking for the dragon graveyard. If we don't destroy this spatial rift, he will be able to come here very soon. Dtn reminded her. Let him come. There is nothing left in the dragon graveyard worth my attachment. I will give him the mountain dragon king spirit bone and the remaining soul as a token of sincerity. For our cooperation. As soon as the Silver Dragon King finished speaking, her dragon body shot into the sky and disappeared. The 6 of them, including Qian, finally understood their lord's meaning, and expressions of joy appeared on their faces. It seemed that their lord had already obtained the most precious dragon god's soul in the dragon graveyard. Her strength must have increased significantly. This was what was most worth them being excited about. The 6 vicious beasts each let out a long whistle, turned into streaks of light, and followed closely behind the Silver Dragon King as they disappeared. On the mountaintop, Qian, who was sitting cross-legged, had his expression shift. He felt a strong fluctuation of a spatial rift. And a very powerful aura had appeared. This aura had almost reached that of a first-class deity. Spatial fluctuations combined with a powerful aura, could it be the Silver Dragon King? Qian did not hesitate in the slightest and leapt toward the place of the fluctuation. In the process of leaping, his divine thought had already sensed the source of the fluctuation a step ahead. Suddenly, Qian felt his heartbeat accelerate, and the Water and Fire Dragon King's spirit bones on his left and right arms began to throb intensely, making his blood feel as if it were boiling. It must be the dragon graveyard. Apart from there, no other place could trigger his spirit bones. His qi and blood surged. Qian's speed increased by a few notches. Roar! Several long whistles came, which were excited howls. Qian had already arrived at the location of the spatial rift, and at the same time, he sensed several figures moving away. The Silver Dragon King and the 6 Great Beast Kings have already been here. Qian's expression changed. It seemed that his appearance had already caused a butterfly effect, causing the Silver Dragon King to come to the dragon graveyard early. It must be that the Silver Dragon King was worried that, after he found the dragon graveyard, he would occupy the treasures within. Well played, Silver Dragon King. You are indeed worthy of being someone who has operated on Douluo planet for countless years. Your actions are also quite decisive. But the powerful aura that appeared suddenly just now, without any concealment, seems to be a reminder to me. Qian was somewhat suspicious and uncertain. His divine thought probed the spatial passage before him. This must be the road leading to the dragon graveyard. Chapter 58, Snake Swallows Elephant, Dragon Graveyard World. The Silver Dragon King did not destroy this passage before leaving. Qian's heart stirred. Could it be that the Silver Dragon King was extending goodwill toward him? That was actually quite possible. The conflict between Qian Runshui and the Asura god, including the great battle on the West Sea, definitely could not be hidden from the Silver Dragon King. Coupled with the last time the Silver Dragon King asked him and Qian Runshui to meet at the Star Do Great Forest. Interesting. It seemed the Silver Dragon King's desire for revenge was very strong. She wanted to cooperate with the angel god to retaliate against the god realm. Since he had guessed the truth, Qian had no more scruples. He stepped forward and fell into the dragon graveyard. He descended like a free-falling object. Qian immediately felt an oppressive aura, but the oppressive aura was not that strong. His divine force, divine thought, and even his spirit bone could be used normally. This reminded Qian of his own holy light world. He was the master of the holy light world. If a spirit master unrelated to him entered it, their spirit power, divine thought, and spirit would all be suppressed. Unless they had his permission, they could not display their strength. And since this small world could give him a feeling of oppression, it meant that it also possessed restrictions similar to the holy light world. However, this place was the burial ground for the dragon clan established by the remnant soul of the dragon god after the dragon clan's destruction, so the master should be the dragon god. And since the Silver Dragon King had been here, the dragon god's dragon soul must have been absorbed. The restrictions here naturally became weak, only giving him a slight sensation. He remembered that in the era of the legend of the Dragon King, only spirit masters below the Spirit King could enter here, and their spirit power would be restricted. It seemed this was a common characteristic of small worlds. The living beings within would be restricted by the master. Then was the Douluo planet also like this? Spirit beasts could not break through to the divine rank. Humans without a god position could likewise not break through level 100. Of course, a difficult path was left for humans, collecting faith, and after thousands of years, they could become a god. Just like the time it took for the sea god to become a god, he spent over 1,000 years collecting faith before breaking the restriction. Could it then be assumed that the Douluo planet also had a master? The master was naturally the god realm. It was suppressed by the rules of the god realm. Qin Tian felt he understood the god realm's enforcement rules better now. Thinking on a deeper level, the living beings on the Douluo planet, including the living beings on other planes subordinate to the god realm, were they not the same as the living beings within the holy light world? It was just like being kept in captivity. It was just that the rules of the god realm were more powerful, and the upper limit they could accommodate was higher. The world was also more stable, making people feel that this was a normal world. In reality, the essence was the same. And weren't the true masters those 5 great god kings? Qin Tian's eyes were deep, and a look of disdain appeared on his face. So what if it was the god realm? It was just a large-sized holy light world. No wonder so many deities wanted to find successors and then leave the god realm to explore the universe. Was this one of the reasons? Qin Tian felt that it was. Within the god realm, restricted by the rules, no matter how a deity cultivated, there was an upper limit. Just like in the holy light world, qian Runshui was a first-class god. Then the strongest living beings within it could only be first-class gods, or even lower than first-class gods. With so many deities having no possibility of improvement in the god realm, naturally, they had to leave. Shaking his head, Qin Tian stopped thinking about these things. He carefully observed his surroundings. This dragon graveyard world was not a flat plain terrain. Instead, it had mountains, valleys, hills, clouds in the sky, and mist in the air. It was already a relatively complete small world. And this small world was extremely vast. It was nearly twice as large as the holy light world. Qin Tian was not in a rush to find the mountain dragon king's spirit bone. Instead, he began to perceive things right where he landed. He was the master of the holy light world. In fact, the improvement of the holy light world was more useful than his own improvement. As long as the holy light world became strong to a certain degree, his strength would naturally become stronger. This dragon graveyard small world definitely had value for reference and utilization. Qin Tian manipulated his own holy light world to move continuously, gradually approaching the dragon graveyard. Right at the entrance where he landed, the holy light world transformed. One had to know that the holy light world was a world-type space. So what was its shape? In fact, it could take on 1,000 forms. It could turn into a cube, a sphere, or any irregular shape. Now, as the holy light world opened and closed, it spread along the passage opened by the silver dragon king toward the barrier of the dragon graveyard world. Qin Tian was using the spatial edge barrier of the holy light world to cover the spatial barrier of the dragon graveyard world. At this moment, he also felt that the shape of the dragon graveyard world was oval, like the shape of an egg. What he was doing now was replacing the outer shell of the dragon graveyard with the spatial barrier of the holy light world from the inside of the eggshell. This was a sleight of hand. Ultimately, he would encompass all the space of the dragon graveyard within the holy light world. A metaphorical analogy would be a snake swallowing an egg whole. Bang, bang. The friction and collision between the two spaces were not that harmonious. Furthermore, Qin Tian was not skilled in spatial law. His divine core operated at high speed, fully deducing the connection points of the spatial barrier. When the energy at the connection points exploded due to lack of smoothness, he immediately mobilized the divine force of the holy light world to compensate. After all, this dragon graveyard was an existence that had lost its master. It only had instinct, and Qin Tian's holy light world was commanded and manipulated by him. The space of the holy light world continued to advance like ripples in water. Qin Tian looked up at the sky. A portion of the sky had already turned into the sky of the holy light world. And the clouds, hills, and plains in the air had not changed at all. His heart was filled with joy. At the same time, he felt that his understanding of spatial power had deepened significantly. This space was, after all, created by the dragon god. It contained all of the dragon god's spatial domain. For Qin Tian, it was a very rare opportunity. An opportunity to understand spatial power. He was Qian Runshui's spirit soul, and the power he understood most deeply was the power of holy light, which was the angel profound truth. But besides the angel god's profound truth, Qin Tian had been thinking about which attribute of divine force his new body should master to maximize his strength. Now he had discovered it was spatial power. Mastering the spatial attribute was most conducive to his development of the holy light world. Moreover, on the Douluo planet, there were ready-made powerhouses with spatial attributes. On the Sun-Moon continent, there was also an evil eye tyrant, who was very proficient in spatial power. After purifying this evil eye tyrant, combined with this time's realization, his understanding of spatial power would definitely be able to reach the divine rank. As the holy light world performed the snake swallowing an elephant, on the dragon graveyard world, Qin Tian had already determined the path he would take for his future cultivation. He also wanted to become a god king. Relying solely on Qian Runshui was too insecure. He still needed his own strength. The heart of the dragon god and the dragon god's dragon soul were already gone. But the most precious thing about this dragon graveyard world was, on the contrary, the small world itself. Chapter 59, Raising Two True Dragons. The Silver Dragon King thought she had obtained the most precious treasure. In reality, it benefited Qin Tian. If he were the Silver Dragon King, he would definitely choose to become the master of the small world. He would gradually improve his spatial comprehension and then develop this space into a plane, rather than just taking away the heart of the dragon god. Qin Tian felt his vision was superior to the Silver Dragon King's. The Silver Dragon King had a heart for revenge, but she did not have a complete plan to deal with the god realm. Although she inherited a portion of the dragon god's wisdom and is smarter than the Golden Dragon King, she didn't inherit much. Qin Tian laughed nonchalantly, his thoughts returning to the holy light world. The holy light world continued to advance. It gradually encompassed the sky and earth of the dragon graveyard, like a snake opening its mouth to swallow its prey whole. It was about to complete the feat of a snake swallowing an elephant. One must know that the space of the dragon graveyard world was larger than the holy light world, and the laws it contained were very complete. While Qin Tian appeared to be sitting cross-legged within the dragon graveyard, he was actually inside the holy light world. The third heaven of the holy light world. This was originally the space for the dragon clan members. At this moment, it was undergoing its greatest change. Both the sky and the ground were becoming more like a physical plane. The most prominent change was that the previously illusory hills and mountains had become solid. Mountains, rivers, and lakes had even appeared within it. Boom! A massive dragon corpse fell down. The skeleton of this dragon clan corpse was over 1,000 meters high. It was also very complete. Gazing at it made one feel its majesty and power, giving the impression that this dragon corpse was a landscape of mountains and rivers itself. The dragon corpse landed on the ground of the third heaven and sank into it. Its extremely thick limbs, like pillars supporting the sky, made the third heaven feel even more substantial. This was exactly the corpse of the Mountain Dragon King. Besides the Mountain Dragon King, more dragon clan skeletons were integrated into it, imbuing the third heaven of the holy light world with a desolate, tragic, and murderous atmosphere. Suddenly, a dragon soul radiating a faint red light fell into the holy light world. This dragon soul was over 20 meters long. Its wings were spread wide behind it, and invisible flames rose from its entire body. Its tail dragged behind it like a meteor of fiery light. Even as just a dragon soul, it showed how powerful it had been in life. But the next moment, a shocking scene occurred. A crimson dragon shadow flew over. The shadow was not large, less than 10 meters. Yet, it opened its mouth and inhaled, sucking the 20-meter-long fiery red dragon soul inside. The crimson dragon shadow's body continuously grew until it reached over 6 jong in length before it stopped evolving. Its entire body radiated extreme heat, like the sun of the third heaven. That was the dragon soul of a blazing fire dragon. An adult red fire dragon grows over 100 meters long. It is also a type of true dragon, but it is far inferior compared to the Fire Dragon King. This blazing fire dragon's dragon soul was directly devoured by Xiao Hong. Qin Tian also noticed this scene. The dragon souls of the Water Dragon King and Fire Dragon King, obtained from the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well, were undoubtedly the most powerful among all the dragon souls. Nourished and nurtured by Qin Tian with the power of faith, the strength of the Water Dragon King and Fire Dragon King continued to grow. Now, it was time for them to evolve again. Xiaohong and Xiaolan were constantly searching for fire attribute and water attribute dragon souls to devour, and their bodies were continuously growing. A divine radiance shimmered on both of them. The strength of the bone dragon, jade phosphor serpent, and golden sacred dragon that originally existed in this heaven could no longer compare to the water and fire dragon kings. Qin Tian watched these two dragon shadows playing happily. Clearly, the familiar dragon clan aura of the third heaven made them very excited. Perhaps they will soon be able to evolve to the divine rank. They are inherently the Water Dragon King and Fire Dragon King, and with the support of massive power of faith, plus the pure dragon soul energy they have now, I am truly raising two true dragons. Qin Tian smiled. His unintentional act at the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well had actually cultivated powerhouses. Besides Xiaohong and Xiaolan, the auras of the other bone dragons, Golden Sacred Dragon, and Jade Phosphor Serpent were also growing. The integration of the Dragon Graveyard Small World benefited these dragon clan members the most. Moreover, Qin Tian integrated most of the rules and space of the Dragon Graveyard World into the Third Heaven, the heaven of the 8 legions of dragon. The Third Heaven could now be called the Dragon Domain. Suddenly, Qin Tian felt his whole body tremble. The entire Dragon Graveyard World was finally completely enveloped by the Holy Light World. He reached out and summoned. The torso bone of the Mountain Dragon King appeared in his hand, and surrounding the Mountain Dragon King's torso bone was a massive dragon soul. The eyes of the dragon soul were filled with a gaze of wisdom. As one of the 9 great dragon kings, the Mountain Dragon King's dragon soul discovered the dragon souls of the Water Dragon King and Fire Dragon King after entering the Holy Light World. Furthermore, its own body, along with the corpses of numerous dragon clan members, were buried in this third heaven. This let the Mountain Dragon King's dragon soul know the intention of the person before it. It seemed he wanted to establish a space suitable for the dragon clan to survive. A stream of yellow light surged out from the Mountain Dragon King's dragon soul and was absorbed by Qin Tian. This was a thought voluntarily sent by the Mountain Dragon King's dragon soul. Qin Tian carefully sensed it. You want me to treat these dragon clan members well, and you are willing to help me cultivate and perfect this space. He did not expect that even though the Mountain Dragon King was only a soul left, it was still so wise. At the same time, it was also so self-sacrificing. For the sake of the dragon clan, it was willing to sacrifice its last remaining soul. My Holy Light World will always have a place for the dragon clan to inhabit. Qin Tian promised. In any case, the dragon clan in the Holy Light World all believed in the angel god. He would naturally do everything in his power to improve the strength of these dragon clan members. Improving their strength was equivalent to improving his own. The Mountain Dragon King's dragon soul trembled slightly. It had already seen the extraordinary nature of this small world. One must know that a normal small world could not allow living beings to grow continuously. Only a powerful world with complete laws could allow the beings within it to gradually evolve and grow stronger. Yet, this Holy Light World seemed to have such an ability. Even the dragon souls of the Fire Dragon King and Water Dragon King were growing, as if they had physical bodies. Could they be resurrected in the future? In a brief moment, the Mountain Dragon King had seen many things clearly. It saw the hope for the dragon clan to grow again, which was why it wanted to sacrifice itself. The next moment, the massive Mountain Dragon King's dragon soul split into 2. A slightly smaller mass of dragon soul energy fell directly into the third heaven. Its corpse was already there. Now, as its soul descended, the heaven and earth of the third heaven seemed to come alive, constantly shaking and changing. One must know that the Mountain Dragon King's innate ability was to transform its body into mountains, rivers, and continents, serving as a habitat for the dragon clan. Now, it wanted to remodel this third heaven. The remaining majority of the dragon soul energy, along with the Mountain Dragon King's spirit bone in front of Qin Tian, surged into Qin Tian's body. Qin Tian revealed an excited expression. he had finally obtained the Mountain Dragon King's spirit bone as he had wished. Moreover, there was the voluntary integration of the dragon soul energy. This brought him immense help. Chapter 60, The Deep-Sea Demon Whale King Becomes a God. Before his eyes was an entirely different scene. It was a brownish-yellow giant dragon, steady and profound. Seeing it was like seeing the earth itself. As the giant dragon tossed and turned, its massive body vanished, truly becoming the earth. Mountains, rivers, and lakes appeared upon the earth. Living beings appeared and thrived within it. This was the rule and responsibility shouldered by the Mountain Dragon King. Qian thirstily absorbed the information and majestic power brought by the Mountain Dragon King's dragon soul. He felt as if he had transformed into a great mountain, towering and standing firm, reaching from the earth to the sky. It was an indescribable feeling of solidity, filled with power. Every cell in his body was swelling and expanding, and his qian blood power surged into the sky. The torso bones, spine, sternum, and ribs within his body were all covered in a layer of brilliant luster. The divine force that his meridians could contain grew exponentially. If he had been 1,000 Jun ant before, he was now a Titan giant ape. The essence of his life had changed. A body forged from the spirit bone of 3 great dragon kings was absolutely perfect and powerful. Moreover, the benefits he received went far beyond this. His god core was evolving. Powerful spirit bone all contain mental force, not to mention that just now, the majority of the Mountain Dragon King's dragon soul had merged into the spirit bone. It was as if a tsunami had occurred in the center of Qian's brow. The waves were surging. His sea of mental force was expanding aggressively. The body is the foundation of the spirit, the strength of the body is naturally the source of the evolution of the sea of mental force. In the center of the sea of mental force, the god core emitted a brilliant golden light, shining upon the entire world like a sun. Qian felt that he could see the entire universe more clearly and lucidly. In a single instant, countless thoughts arose and vanished within his mind. His wisdom was increasing very rapidly. This was of great help to his comprehension of spatial power, coupled with the swallowing of the snake swallowing the elephant just now. Any problems he encountered, he could figure out with a little thought. Qian was full of energy, the center of his brow deep and imposing like an abyss or a prison. He entered a state of deep comprehension, while simultaneously perfectly achieving fusion with the dragon domain world, making the third heaven of the dragon domain more complete. This would be a major boost to his strength. Cultivate has no years. As time passed, Qian could not feel it at all. Until one day, the holy light world trembled, and all the living beings looked up at the sky, towards the highest fifth heaven. The fifth heaven, originally bright and majestic, illuminated by holy light. At this moment, it was thundering and lightning, with dark clouds pressing down. Countless bolts of lightning intertwined densely in the sky, transforming into dragons and snakes dancing in the air. Within the dark clouds, surging water vapor fell unceasingly. Qian was startled awake. 2 beams of sharp light shot from his eyes, and he also looked towards the fifth heaven. Roar! A small island rose into the sky, bathed in lightning and misty clouds. The entire island was made of blue gold crystal, shining brilliantly, even the oppressive dark clouds could not conceal its color. The deep-sea demon whale king is finally going to become a god. Qian was overjoyed. The deep-sea demon whale king originally had 1,000,000 years of accumulation, and after being purified, it independently formed the fifth heaven. Qian also used the power of faith of the holy light world to provide for the deep-sea demon whale king to absorb. He did not know how long he had been in cultivate, but the deep-sea demon whale king had finally accumulated enough and was going to reach level 100 to become a god. These dark clouds and lightning were the deep-sea demon whale king's dual water and lightning energy. It could no longer control them, and they manifested outside its body. Qian observed carefully, and saw the deep-sea demon whale king open its huge mouth, a long whale drinking water. The dark clouds and lightning in the sky were all sucked into its body. Immediately after, the deep-sea demon whale king's blue-gold body became even deeper. But most of the energy overflowed again. And even more overflowed. But under the careful observation of Qian's mental force, he discovered that the deep-sea demon whale king's island-like body had shrunk a bit. The deep-sea demon whale king was compressing the energy within its body to the limit. Through the blue-gold surface, Qin saw that in the center of its mind and body, two spirit cores were rotating at high speed, becoming more solid, and their essence was also evolving towards a god core. After a while, the lightning and dark clouds in the fifth heaven increased a bit more. These were all the accumulations of the deep-sea demon whale king. It sucked the energy back into its body to compress it again. The blue and purple light was constantly being retracted into the deep-sea demon whale king's body. Repeating this cycle, the deep-sea demon whale king's body continued to shrink. This was the process of spirit power evolving into divine force, the process of spirit cores evolving into god cores. Qin had already seen it. The deep-sea demon whale king's improvement had nothing to do with a god position, it was just an improvement in the level of power. The reason why it had enough accumulation before but could not improve lay in the insufficiency of its mental level. Its mental force could not carry out a deeper level of divine force compression. Now, nourished and supported by the power of faith, its mental force had greatly improved. It was already able to compress spirit power to the level of divine force. Moreover, the energy accumulated by the deep-sea demon whale king was extremely vast. Once it was all converted into divine force, it would likely reach at least the level of a level 2 god. The holy light world is finally going to have its first god appear. Qin was very happy. Brother Tian, the deep-sea demon whale king is about to become a god. Qian Runshui's surprised voice came, and immediately after, her figure also appeared beside Qin. At this moment, Qian Runshui was bathed in holy light, shining with golden light. Apparently, her strength had improved a lot again. How much time has passed? Qin asked. Brother Tian is truly obsessed with cultivate. 3 years have passed from the time the holy light world swallowed the dragon graveyard until now. Qian Runshui sighed. The holy light world was her 10th spirit ring spirit ability. She naturally knew clearly what Qin was doing. From the battle with DTN being rescued by the Silver Dragon King, to Qin entering the dragon graveyard to cultivate spatial power. She had seen it all. During this time, she did not know how many times she had observed whether Qin had woken up. Unfortunately, Qin was completely immersed in it. This cultivate lasted for 3 years. Until now, when the deep-sea demon whale king became a god. I have actually been in cultivate for 3 years, time has passed so quickly. The deep-sea demon whale king accumulated for a full 5 years in the holy light world before becoming a god, and his wife, the demon empress, will likely need at least another 10 years to become a god. Qin looked at the other 2 figures in the 5th heaven. They were the demon empress and Lan Fozi. 10 years is nothing, just a fleeting moment. Brother Tian, you don't even praise me. Look at how many messenger of light there are in the 2nd heaven. Qian Runshui clearly did not care about this. What she was concerned about was that Qin had not noticed the significant increase in messenger of light. Oh, how could I not have noticed? Qin feigned ignorance, watching Qian Runshui's increasingly aggrieved expression. Only then did he wrap his arms around Qian Runshui's waist and gently flicked her nose. How could I not have noticed? Shui must have been diligently purifying marine life for these 3 years. The living beings in the holy light world have already reached 600 million. This number was astonishing, but such was the fact.